Welcome, welcome, welcome back to Truth Quest. My name is Aaron Moriarity. I will be your host, and we're going to go on a quest for truth together. Yes, we are. And friends, I hope, I've been hearing from a lot of you that no one's getting their notifications when I go live. I'm still looking into that. They're a very difficult company to work with. I've got several questions into them. There's not a phone number that you can call. So anyway, so I'm going to put the link in the chat here and give me your impression on the limited disclosure that's happening. Hey, Mud Rabbit, how you doing? Okay, all righty then. There we are. Yes. Hi, Mud Rabbit, how you doing? Yes. Well, we got the whole internet to ourselves right now, Mud Rabbit. How do you like that? Thank you for the like. I'm just guessing it's you. So anyway, continuing on with our quest for truth, trying to get the truth out, trying to get more than just the limited hangout disclosure that people are trying to do. And I'm going to share this out so we can get some more peeps in and onto my trusty Facebook page. I am looking at actually starting the first steps to a Rumble account. Let me know what you think about that. Would you watch Truth Quest on Rumble? So I'd be on Rumble and on YouTube then. So what I want to do is put all the existing ones on to Rumble and on all the new ones as well when they come out. So it'll be two places to get the info. I think that would be great. And we're sharing this out now. Put a little note here. And post away. Alrighty then. Well, it sure was kind of a cool day today here. The news sure is heating up, wouldn't you say? There's a lot happening. There is a lot happening. Yes, they say Rumble does have live. Guys, I saw that. They do have that now. Yeah, well, I think in case of something happening, it'd be nice to be somewhere else too. That's all I'm thinking. Hello, Paul. How you doing? Truth Questers and Jacob Waters. Hello, sir. Hello. Great to see y'all here. I got to get the link-a-rooney in there, right? That's what I need to do. Yep. Let's give this a shot here. All right, copy. And then we have to do the old paste-a-rooney. Paste, is that too many letters? And numbers. Okay, Rumble is a good backup. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a lot of good accounts on Rumble, so it'd be in good company there. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that isn't Dan Bongino involved in that? Sort of like how he sort of got involved in Parler. Isn't he sort of in on that? That's what I heard. I might be wrong, but that's what I'm remembering. Yes, it's a nice cool day today. It was a great day here in beautiful Wisconsin. I grew up in Minnesota, so it's kind of weird being in Wisconsin. Even one state away, I mean, there's different bugs, there's different, a lot of different things. Just one state away. Isn't that wild? Okay. All right, friends. Say what I want to do is show you some images of some various different things here. So I'm going to show you. We got a bunch of things all sort of semi-lined up here. Okay, this one, I'm not sure if I shared this one before, but this one is an alien that, there it is. Let me see if I can make that bigger. Okay. Now this alien, alleged photo of an alien, is from an Italian case from a woman named Giovanna Pata. Look it up. A television show over there in Italy did a little expose on it, and she was being abducted. She would get pregnant, and then she would be abducted, and then she wouldn't be pregnant anymore. So her boyfriend or husband set up a motion detector for photos, and this was one of the photos that was captured. It looks like he has grass on his face there, like he was running through some grass or something. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, it looks pretty. I don't know, man. What do you think about that? Let me check out the old Chatteroonie and see what people think of that. Florida has bugs, huh? I bet. Lots of people on Rumble. Yeah, there is a lot. Montauk Project. Preston Nichols. Did Andrew know about him? Yeah, well, I don't like to talk about other people's opinions about things. I'll give you my opinion, because Andrew has said a number of different things on the Preston Nichols and Al Bielek. Now, I've heard the Al Bielek videos, and to me, personally, he sounds credible. He sounds like he's really going from memory. That's my impression. Nobody else's, and that's just what I say. But yeah, so that's an interesting Giovanna Pata. Look that case up. It's extremely interesting. Now, she went ahead. She got pregnant again after an abduction, and then she went ahead and she actually aborted and has photos of the creature. And it's I won't show those pictures on here. You can look that up yourself. Giovanna Pata, Italy, UFO case from many years ago. But they showed lots of very interesting pictures in that case. Lots of different pictures. Okay. And another thing I want to show you, friends, and see what you think about it. Okay, this one here. All right. Now this one here, I'll make it bigger. I hope it gets bigger. Now, this was on a camera. The camera went missing. It was Stan Romanik's camera. It went missing for 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden it was on the counter one day in the kitchen. It's like no one had seen it for weeks. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's there. And it's got a series of selfies. This was one of them. Look at this. That looks real to me. What do you think? The famous Stan Romanik case. I interviewed him several times. Real nice fellow. I think he was shanghaied, definitely. But yeah, that's very interesting case. And don't forget about the Stan Romanik story. Okay, Mud Rabbit says, do we think these guys are manufactured mixed DNA AI and some human mixed in? You know, who knows? You know, we just don't know. You know, there's, according to Corey Good, we are the breakaway civilization, the interplanetary corporate conglomerate, is in contact and in trade with over 900 different species of aliens. So you got 900 different species of aliens. There's quite a good variety there. So pretty much anything you could imagine, probably they have it. You know, there's probably manufactured, cloned, who knows, you know, right? If you met one, they might not even know, right? Do we really know how? Maybe we were all manipulated. Well, you know, who knows, right? Gosh, what if someone asked us if we're manipulated? What will we say? Some people say we were, but is there really proof? I mean, maybe in the DNA, all that junk DNA, maybe that's the proof. Maybe it spells out, ah, bingo, you found it. Some kind of ancient language. Who knows, right? Yeah, a minion vibe. Yeah, like a minion. Yeah, it's very interesting. There's a couple different shots. I only have one here. Let's see what else we can show you all. I collect all these photographs, and it's kind of nice to just go through them now. This is from the alien autopsy video from the 90s. I'm sure a lot of you saw that. It was quite, oops. Go. Got too many things open up on my desktop here, friends. There. So for me, when I saw this, I mean, very convincing. I know they're trying to debunk this, and even Santilli's come out. But you know what? If you're the deep state, you've got endless amounts of money. You can take any kind of Santilli kind of guy that comes along, give him a big wad of money, and he's going to say whatever you want him to say. So I say this is real. I mean, 100% real. Now they're auctioning off one little frame, and he's claiming, oh, that's the only frame that existed. We made the dummy after that. No, bull crap. There's no way. I've seen the dummy. Doesn't look anything like this. This has the feeling and the look of something that was recently alive, and you can't sculpt that. It's just something that is a fact. It looks like it's recently deceased, like it was alive recently, and you can't sculpt that. You can try. You maybe get close, but you can't do this. That's my opinion. I've worked with some of the best sculptors in the world at Hasbro, Tonka Toys, and a number of independent invention firms with really high caliber sculpting people. And these are people who sculpted for Jurassic Park. I mean, this just does not look like a sculpture to me. It looks like the real thing, and I'm sorry if it's grossing anybody out. But I say that's real. What say you in the chat? Worker race. Michael McIntosh. What do I think of Michael McIntosh? Michael McIntosh. I don't know enough about Michael McIntosh to give you any kind of an opinion. I know I've heard of him, and I think I might know. I would have to look it up again to see who it is or what that person is. Give me a clue. Okay, Mud Rabbit thinks it's real too, not gross. Okay, good. Well, that's good. Well, let's see here. What else do we have in this grab bag of photos to show y'all? Okay, here's something fun. Okay, here's the famous, where is he? He's down here somewhere. William Tompkins. I hope you can see him. Let me check the chat and see if it's coming up there yet. Now, this is a picture of William Tompkins holding up one of his sketches. Of course, he designed these miles-long spacecraft for the Navy, and in different think tanks he worked at, TRW and Douglas. And so this is a drawing of kind of the bay doors opening up on the side of this. It's kind of like a spaceship version of an aircraft carrier, and the doors would fall open, and then they would go in. That way, if they fell or if they crashed, something would be there to catch them. So now they built this, and this was in the side of. Now I took this drawing here, and I just did a very quick rendering in my little program here of it. And let's see, I'll show you what that looks like. So these are giant Navy ships, and there is the Navy ship, the docking bay. Now, I have no way of knowing if those colors are accurate. I just, had to pick colors, and so that's what I picked. Maybe influenced by my spaceship here, I don't know. Could be. It could very well be. So there's the little triangle-shaped craft going in, landing into the landing bay there. And so that's what I did. All I did was sort of like just trace his drawing and digitize it. I put Jupiter in the background to make it look kind of cool from Hubble. Thank you, Hubble. And yeah, that's kind of like what he had in his drawing. And that they built this ship too. And now to give you an idea how big this ship is, this is just the back end of it. It's an enormous, kilometers long ship. And so here is that ship. What do you think about that? Again, I put Jupiter, below it, because we're getting some very cool pictures of Jupiter. And when you're doing a space rendering, it's kind of nice to throw in a actual cool picture of one of the planets in our solar system. That's very cool looking. Jupiter. So now this craft was designed by William Tompkins, was allegedly was built and deployed in the 1980s. Uh-oh. There. Okay, that's off of there. Good. It didn't really fit in very well, did it? Maybe that's the wrong picture. Okay, and you can see the various different squadrons of fighters out there. So that's kind of cool. Let me know what you think of that. Oh, okay. Jacob Waters is going to do an interview with Michael McIntosh. Well, maybe I'll tune in and I'll learn something. Yes, Tompkins did have a lot of information, and a lot of it was given to him telepathically by those Nordic secretaries. Let's see. If anyone wants to call in and chat about some of this stuff, let her rip. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep on posting pictures that, oh, here's one. So here's that sketch of that craft we just saw, okay? All right, let's check that out now. See how it's looking. Yeah, Michael McIntosh. Yeah, like I said, I heard it. It came across. I might have heard a little bit of something. I just don't remember. There's so many people out there now. It's just hard to keep track. You know what I mean? So that's the sketch that William Tompkins did, and for the Navy, and then they built it. Amazing, very cool looking ship. So very cool, very, very cool. And let's see here. You know what? Billy Meyer. I'm sure you've all heard of Billy Meyer. So this is Billy Meyer's photograph. And it shows two different UFOs. Was that a picture of the TR-3B Lockheed? No. No, Terry, I don't think so. That's something that's in the Solar Warden program. It's totally top secret, and no one on Earth will ever see it. If they did, they'd be blank slated and mind wiped. So here's two craft. The top craft looks extremely a lot like the one I saw. Looks almost identical to the one I saw. The one below it looks a little bit smaller. Yeah, that is a Billy Meyer photograph for sure, definitely. Isn't that cool? I think that's pretty darn cool. He's got hundreds of. Now I got a book of his. Now I got to say, some of the pictures in there look fake, but however, I think those fake pictures were inserted into his material to discredit the bulk of the material. You find one thing that looks hokey, that you put the rest in question. So I think that might be what happened there. Okay, we got our buddy here. Jacob Waters is going to join us here. And let's see. Hello, Jake. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, Aaron?
Oh, you know what? It's my thing again. Hello?
Hello?
Now I hear you. It's all my fault again. All right. Yeah, I have to fire the tech director. You know, there's only 3 of us working here. 3 of us. And 2 of them, I think, are slackers. And as soon as I find out which 2 of them are slackers, they're out of here. So there's, of the 3, there's me, myself, and I. So 2 of those are the slackers. As soon as I find out. How you doing, Jake?
I'm doing pretty good. Sounds like one of those guys wants to get sent home for the day.
Yeah, I think so. So tell me about Mr. McIntosh. He started a computer company or something? No, Apple?
No, he didn't start a computer company. He's a claimed time traveler, and he also practices music now. I think he's in a band now. But I'm going to be doing an interview with him this week. I know, I believe that Andy isn't really a fan of him. I know he doesn't do a lot of like call-in shows because he doesn't like hearing other people questioning his ideas, or maybe he's just had bad encounters before. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But we're gonna give it a whack. I think he's got an interesting story, and I would like to hear more about it.
So what's the elevator pitch for his story? What would you say? Someone comes in the elevator and says, "Hey, what can't you tell me about this guy?" What would you tell
him? I mean, I guess elevator pitch, because I mean, I feel like you just want to get him hooked in. I'd be like, oh, listen to this guy take a riff on the guitar.
Oh, okay.
And then once he wins him over with the music, and then you bring him into the next step.
Okay. So now he claims that what? Now he claims that he's an experiencer. So what kind of experiences does he claim to have?
I know a lot more about Andy's story than I do most other time travelers, and that's actually why I'm going to be doing the interview with him. I wish I knew more about him, and I've heard one of his interviews with the Mad Martian, and that's also a place that Andrew was on, and they were kind of on within the same week of each other. And Andy was taking calls, and another claimant was taking calls, and then Andy actually called in and questioned one of the claimants. It was very interesting to watch. And then by the end of it, they were getting along, and they had a great encounter. But it was nice to see somebody be able to back up their ideas, and Andy was the one kind of putting them on the grill. It was nice to see.
Well, interesting. Now that you mention that, I started listening to that Mad Martian show with this McIntosh guy, and that's why it sounded familiar when you said that in the chat. But I only got like halfway through it. I was doing something else, and I never got back to it. So that was the first time I've ever heard the Mad Martian, and I had heard that he did a show with Andrew. I haven't heard it yet, but.
Oh yeah, he's got a few shows with Andrew that I would say are really good, just because his show has some of the wildest structure when it comes to like a call-in show. At one point, I believe the Mad Martian is no longer on the broadcast for probably 45 minutes, and it's just a caller and Andy on shooting ideas at each other about Corey Good and about it was just. It's very interesting format, and it was interesting to see the dynamic of it.
Wow, that is interesting. Free Range Brain in the chat says, We need to do a channeling to William Tompkins. Yeah, that would be cool. Okay, and Mad Martian had a big biff with Richard C. Hoagland. Yeah, you know, I don't know. What do you think of Billy Meyer? Have you ever seen Billy Meyer's stuff, Jacob?
I've seen Billy Meyer's stuff. I feel like there's, depending on the pictures, some of them seem a little art project to me, and then other ones seem a lot better, and the stories themselves actually seem good. I just didn't know if he was running out of content at some point or what. I mean, I know he was disabled and it would have been hard to do the kind of projects he would have had to do, but at the same time, some of them just seemed very cut and paste when it comes to some of the crafts that were like placed in locations. Just their size and like the way that they were sitting, it just seemed very strange.
Yeah, like stuck into the side of a tree or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like people with that type of technology are parking like that or landing like that. I just feel like there'd be a better way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's a picture of Billy Myers, and I think it's a famous one. I think this was used in a poster that said like "I want to believe" or something like that. I think this is the same picture, but and now he had a movie camera and he had a still camera, and there's a famous film clip of him, and he's got the movie camera behind him, behind the where he's got the tripod pod for his camera set up, and so he's filming himself taking a picture of like 3 different UFOs in the distance. And there he is. You can see him. He doesn't have a pole. I mean, he's only got one arm, and that's why he has to use a tripod with his camera. But
did you see towards the end of his life, he had almost like this cult following living with him?
he's not dead.
Oh, I thought he had passed away, but he
No.
has like this cult following, like living with him, and it's almost like a commune of people living on his property, people that support his ideas and want to help him and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's kind of bizarre when you look at it from an outsider's perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, but boy, you can't beat some of his photos, man. And you know what else is interesting about his story is he's not the only one in his neighborhood getting those pictures. A lot of his neighbors have gotten the same picture. You know? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I've seen some. So he's not the only one getting these in that area. So that adds a lot of credibility to his claims.
It definitely does.
So yeah, I just think that, you know, he's a legitimate guy. He's supposedly written like several books worth of material that he claims humanity isn't ready for yet. So we'll see. We will see. We will see. Now, here's a picture of a UFO from a recent sighting. Check this one out. Isn't that bizarre looking? And it was in somewhere in Eastern Europe. I can't remember exactly where. But what do you think about that?
I don't know. There's something about it. It makes it look like the tree is in motion, but the craft is stationary. And it's almost got like it can't focus on the tree, that the single tree that's off to the left, but the tree line in the background's okay. But it seems like the craft itself is so stationary, and I don't know. Those kind of images just kind of throw off my eyes, and I don't know why.
Okay. And there's now this is only one of several different pictures of it in different places in the sky, very close to the photographer. Now,
But at the same time, Aaron, it seems like it happens like that with most crafts. Like they seem to be almost like countering the gravity of Earth or doing something where they're able to propel in a different way, and it just stands out in a different way. Doing it at angles or doing it at like it's not always like our flat plane that we think about. So I could understand why my eyes are confused by it.
okay. I thought it was a pretty clear picture, you know, and very reminiscent of Billy Myers, although were not pointed like that, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe now they have a point. Maybe now they'll contact us because they finally have a point.
Hmm.
You ever see that cartoon Oblio? What was it? This little boy. It was a cartoon, and all the characters had cone heads, right? They were cone-shaped heads. But this boy Oblio was born with a round head, and he was banished to the pointless forest. And the pointless forest had points all over the place, but nothing made sense. And that's why it was pointless, because it didn't make any sense. It's a great film. Check it out. Me and My Arrow was a song from it. Great song. But I think it was from the 70s. It was an animated show, like a movie. It was pretty cool. So check that out. Check it out. Okay. Let's go back to the screen sharing here. You liking the screen sharing?
Oh yeah, you always got good images. Got any new memes?
New memes, new memes. Do I have new memes? Well, this is a favorite meme of mine. And the reason why you're seeing so many people in the store not wearing masks, actually they're wearing a mask. It's the Invisimask they're wearing. So that's that meme. I'm sure you've seen that. But yeah, that's the Invisimask. One of my favorite inventions, made with nanoparticles. It works with your immune system, and it allows you to breathe in and out with no obstruction and everything else like that. Is it showing yet? There it is. Okay, now it's coming on. There it is. There you go, the Invisimask. But I think you were meaning other types of memes, weren't you?
I mean, you got a bunch of different ones. I like most of your Pepe ones, and I like most of the ones I've seen from you. They're pretty funny.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I try to find funny ones, you know. Um, let's see. Trying to look for the memes. Oh, here's a meme. Now, this meme, let me see. Let me get it on up here first before I put it on the screen. I want to make sure it's the right one. Sometimes you look at the little thumbnail and it just, you know, it's hard to see. Okay, so, all right. All right. Stop the screen share. Here's one. Now, there was a meme going around, and I did not make this meme, okay? But this here meme was going on around, and I took it into my program here, and I changed it. I changed one word. I changed because the word was leaked, and when this meme came out, it said Fauci now recommends face mask over your eyes so you can't read his leaked emails. Well, I changed that to the word actual. And now before I put the red circle around it and the KEK and the other things on there, it was just like that. And they flagged it with the same, they weren't leaked. They just love putting those censoring things on there. It just drives me nuts. What do you think about all that censorship?
I don't know. I think a lot of people are getting in trouble recently for talking about Fauci.
Really?
Yeah, it has something to do with maybe the emails that have surfaced lately. Yeah.
Could be. Could be also they found out what his actual real middle name is. Did you hear what his middle name is?
No, what's that?
Scumbag. No kidding. I heard it from a good source. It's like a little bird told me. But yeah.
I thought it was double mask.
Yeah. I never fell for that fear crap. I never wore a mask. And, sometimes on Halloween, I will admit, I do wear a mask on Halloween sometimes, right? If I want to get some candy, right? Or go trick-or-treating. That's something you can do. Let's see what else. Oh, you know what? You know what I was so excited about was when this little probe went to Ceres. Okay. And remember when it did? And before it got there, I was all excited because this little planetoid, it's a round spherical planetoid in the asteroid belt. So what was it? Was it like a moon of the super Earth? Or, because it's round. Okay, if it was part of the planet, how would it be round? The broken up planet. So, and it's got a lot of mud on it, like water, like mud. So, mud, round planet, near super Earth, possibly could have life. Now, isn't there? Who is that gentleman? Wasn't it one of the whistleblowers who claims he was in the secret space program? Claims he was based there at Ceres, right? So here's the base there. It looks like a base to me. I mean, look at that. It's all lit up. I mean, I don't know if anything could be that reflective. That looks actually lit up, don't you think? What do you think about that?
That's interesting, and it's definitely got kind of a man-made look to the platform itself, the circular platform.
It sure does. It really, really does. And so, of course, they just wrote out, oh, it's just something. It's just reflecting. It's like, well, you know what? It looks like Las Vegas in space or something. It looks like some kind of crazy big base. I think Rodriguez is the guy's name who claims he was on Ceres, on a base in Ceres. Have you heard about this guy? Rodriguez? He claims that he was like a sex slave in the secret space program. You heard about that guy?
I don't know, but there seems to be a lot of people talking about sexual torture, sexual misconduct to be involved with time travel or stuff like that. Even connected to what you were talking about earlier with what's his name from Montauk. I can't think of his name. Preston Nichols.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
Yeah.
like I was talking about this in the last chat when Andrew was having a show.
Uh-huh.
But basically, I feel like Preston, they talked about it a lot. They touched on it in their interviews with Al Bielek and a couple other people. But it seems like they did some kind of traumatic event to try to trigger what was
Yeah.
going on, and it seemed like they used this sex drive
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
to
That's yeah.
coordinate with it.
Yeah. I've heard all that. We don't need to talk about that because I don't want to get flagged or anything. But yeah, that's terrible. It shouldn't happen. It should not happen. Um, Childhood is sacred. Shouldn't mess with kids. Us adults need to protect kids, not hurt them, and that's hurting them. So this is the Apollo 20 patch. Have you seen this? This is from the Apollo 20 mission. That was a 1976 mission to the moon to evaluate this 3.5 mile long spaceship, derelict spacecraft, or some kind of craft on the far side of the moon that Apollo 16 photographed. And I'm sure you've seen that famous photograph. So this has Rutledge, Snyder, and Leonov. Leonov. Okay, so Leonov was a famous cosmonaut. He was part of the Apollo Soyuz, where that was where Russia was smashing spaceships into each other, trying to dock, and they couldn't do it. And they finally said, "Hey, U.S., you want to do a joint mission where we dock in space? By the way, your job is to figure out the docking part." And then all of a sudden, now Russia is very good at doing docking. So, but that was a very historic joint mission with the Apollo and Soyuz. And actually, Billy Meyer was up in his spacecraft and he took a picture of it with his camera. They brought him up into space to watch this. So he's got it from an angle that no one could have gotten it from unless you were in a separate spaceship. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Back from the Future. Aaron, I sent you a picture. You can show it if you want. Okay, you sent me a picture. So where did you send the picture? Let's see. Back from the Future. Oh, there it is. I think I got it here. All right. Okay. I don't know what that is, but let's, do you see that? I don't think so. Are you seeing that, Jacob? I'm sorry, I can't see. Okay, I'm just gonna click
I
that.
only see it. I saw the Apollo symbol, and now I'm back on your face. It doesn't have the screen share up right now.
Okay. So now, okay, good. All right. Still getting used to this whole thing here. Okay, so here's the thing that Back from the Future sent. Okay. All righty then. I'm not sure what that's showing. It looks like the mirror effect of something. I'm not sure what it is. It looks like a mirror effect. What does it look like to you, Jacob?
Some kind of artwork. I can't really tell what
Yeah,
it is.
it's hard to see, hard to know what it is. I see some possible letters below. Yeah, I don't know what that is. So, yeah. Oh,
I
I know.
think Back to the Future's multi-dimensional holographic alien projection.
Yeah, I don't know. Um, Major Facepalm says, looks like a Tool album cover. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, this picture reminds me of some other pictures that I've created much like that. So maybe I can show you some of those too. I call them mirror images. So let's see. I got one up here. I don't think I have one up. So you get Michael McIntosh. That's pretty exciting to get a guy like that. Now I'll have to brush up on that guy. It's just so hard to keep track of all these people, you know.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's going to be kind of my first bigger interview, and I'm kind of interested in hearing a little bit more about it. It was interesting to have somebody reach out to me and ask me for an interview.
That is awesome. Congratulations, dude. That is awesome. So everyone go and subscribe to this young man's channel. Tell us what the name of your channel is again.
It's Jacob Waters. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll probably see me in the chat. You can just click on my name and it'll
There you
send
go.
you to my page.
That sounds
And
like
I've been interviewing another one of Aaron's friends, Michael, for the last few weeks. We've been doing a podcast every Thursday, and I've been trying to basically just start up interviews with random people and hear their stories and what they want to talk about.
awesome. Awesome. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Here's one. Okay. I guess that's one. I'm trying to find some of these little images here. Now that's a close-up of the Ceres, what I think looks like a base to me.
That's the lighted up area.
Yeah. Isn't that something else? That is something else, huh? Okay. All right. Now I'm going to go to these mirror images because I think they're pretty darn cool. So I took pictures of like close-up pictures of Jupiter, right? And I mirrored it. Like I made a duplicate of the image, I reversed it, and I half-toned it. And then you slide it back and forth, you get all these crazy cool designs. Really, really wicked stuff. So much detail. It's like a painting that would take you years to do, you know? So, and you could look at this for hours. You could find different things in it. That's one of them.
I like that one. I
Yeah.
saw like eyes in it. I saw like a little face in the middle. Like there was a lot going on there.
Here's another one. What do you think about that one?
Oh wow.
These are all from images of Jupiter. So you see kind of like a person in the very center there with a king's hat on. Kind of like some kind of a Eastern European king or something.
And it looks like there's, if you were thinking about that as the king's hat, it looks like there's a face inside of the jewel of the king's hat.
Oh, okay.
And then like a pole coming out of their head.
If we're looking at the same thing, yeah, there's lots of different images here.
See a
Now,
bunch.
where you see that towards the bottom, you see the little chunks of white. All the white you see on the surface of the top of the clouds of Jupiter is frozen water vapor. Isn't that interesting? Frozen water vapor. Very cold there. Very cold. Very cold. Yeah. And no human will ever go there because it's just too cold. And there's too much radiation. Too much radiation, that's why. You die before you get close to it. And so here's another one. What do you think about that one?
These are all pretty cool. I want a tapestry of all of these.
I know.
I could stare at these for a while.
I had some of these on my Teespring page, but they took all my stuff down. I don't know why. And so, yeah, that's kind of weird. But yeah. Yeah, so that's wild. Let's check out the chat here. Looks like a Rorschach. Yeah, a lot of these look like Rorschachs, don't they? Yeah, that was a T-shirt that I did for Teespring. But not anymore. So I don't know. I got to figure that out. I got people that want to buy off there too, and they won't. So if anyone has any suggestions for a new T-shirt, online T-shirt shop, let me know. I mean, I've tried Cafe Press in the past. Not very impressed with them. And Teespring, I don't know if I would. Yeah, they just disappeared my channels, 2 of them.
Why don't you do your own, Aaron?
Well, yeah, I suppose I could, but there's something really nice about having someone else doing all of that. I'd gladly give a cut to someone else for doing all the work, because I know it's a lot of work.
Or maybe you just do the illustrations and then have an artist apply it to the shirt.
Well, I do have a heat press, and I have made a number of shirts, but it's like you get it on there, you're making sure it's straight. You iron the thing on, you open it up, it's crooked. It's like, oh, how does that happen? So there must be some kind of jig that you can use to make it so it doesn't do that. I don't know. So that's some of those. It looks like there might be another one back there. I'll go back to Facebook and check and see if there's another one out there. Okay. All right. There's some kind of face in a rock side that Mark thinks it looks like a face. I don't know. We'll put that on the desktop and show that to you. That's one that Mark sent on in. I'll give it a look here. We'll go back to here. Go back to here. Go back to here. Oh, yeah. All righty. Well, I'm not seeing it show up in here. It did not show up. Okay, this is not going to let me out until I share something. Okay. This is what I'll share. Timex. This is me. Yes, I'm a time traveling superhero. And that's from a movie concept. And one day I will make that movie. And parts of it are already filmed. So that's that. Ridley Scott almost did this movie, but sadly, he decided not to. So, but that's okay. Probably would have changed it and made it not as cool. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find that image that I just threw on there that Mark sent on up.
So, how many episodes of that show that you were on are there, Aaron? I think I've seen you post one or two.
Which show?
The one where you guys were in space.
Space Cadets. Space Cadets. Yeah. Yeah. There's only 2 episodes. The 2 that are posted. However, I do have a lot of raw footage, and I probably could slap together some other episodes, but I don't know. But now that show, Space Cadets, was supposed to be the precursor to this movie that you see a picture of now. That's Timex. That's a time traveling superhero that discovers time travel and also accidentally sends the most evil person in the world time travel device, and they're battling through time, trying to one up each other. So I can't seem to find that picture that you just sent, Mark. I put it on my desktop, but it's not showing up. I don't know what the deal is. I just don't know. It's not there. Okay, now here's a pretty cool one. I think you're gonna like this one. And this is a mirror image of a star nebula. And it's just really pretty, I think. What do you think of that?
Another tapestry I need.
Yeah. Major Facepalm says, you need that one too, huh? Batman with an Elvis cowl? Awesome. Yeah, it kind of is, yeah. Yes. He had to build the suit because in this story, the time travel way of traveling is very violent and can break your bones. So he has to make this protective suit, which also protects him from other things. So yeah. Mud Rabbit says, "Ooh, that's pretty. Blue." You know, something about blue lights. You know, I always kind of liked when people do their Christmas trees and all blue. You know, maybe a little bit of purple too. Very pretty. Something really pretty about that. Something very, very pretty. So yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see here. Oh, here's another image you might like. Another tapestry for you. Yeah, this one's pretty dynamic. Let me see this one. Yeah, I just came across this just by accident one day years ago, and I just think they're beautiful. They make great paintings, you know, hanging on your wall. You know, they're just gorgeous. Because it's basically it's nature mirrored or made symmetrical. And that's why you see faces so often. I can see like a wolf face in that, or a fox, or some kind of a husky animal, dog type vehicle, or person, dog person. And that's another nebula in space. So you can do this with any kind of image. And the really neat thing is, as you slide the top image, which is half-toned, 50% opacity, as you move it across, it creates a myriad of new designs. So from one image, you could create many, many, many designs in the same color composition, but very different sometimes. It's incredible, some of the different things you can get from the same image. You get many, many, many from the same image. So, yeah. Here's, and I think I shared this before. I'm sorry if I did, but this is a drawing I did of the possum people that Stan Romanek saw. They actually knocked on his door. They rang his doorbell. So if the doorbell rings, it might be aliens, okay? He said his sister opened the door before he got there, or someone else in his house, aunt or sister, and she was just standing there like in a daze, like hypnotized, and didn't respond to anything that he said. And when he opened the door, he thought that they were just trick-or-treaters with masks on, but it wasn't Halloween. And then he realized, oh my God, these are real creatures. And he called them the possum people. Have you ever seen creatures like that?
I've seen a lot of people talk about underground people or humanoid species, but I haven't seen them straggly haired like that.
Yeah. He said they looked kind of like possum people. That's what he called them. There was a man and a woman.
But I've seen depictions of underground people that look more like a naked mole rat, or like mixed with a human, kind of like a saggy skin.
Yeah. Wow. That's wild. Tara Devine says, I read all the colors you see in space are added. It's just black and white. I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I do know that they enhance it, or they use, infrared, and, they combine to get colors, but that's a good question. Tara, we'll have to look into that. Right. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Aliens. Right? Here's the book everyone has to get. And that's William Tompkins' big book here. Selected by Extraterrestrials. Great book. Everyone needs to get it because it's very entertaining. It's got lots of information. And, it's a disclosure book. So if you want disclosure is not going to be televised. It's not going to be on the radio. It's only going to be in books. So it already is there. It's right there in books, friends. And that's one of them. That is one of them. From Hubble. Well, I hope some of those colors are real, because if we get to travel in space and it's all just black and white, it might get kind of boring, huh?
I know that a lot of the renderings of like the globe as a whole are renderings, and they're a compilation of multiple pictures. And sometimes they also add the sun's rays or light to the photo to show you where the sun would be at that time. But I don't know about any added color besides that.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. We're gonna go crazy on the mirror images, okay? Here. And we're gonna stop that one. We're gonna get some more of these babies up here because I think they're pretty darn cool, if I don't say so myself. Oh. What do you think of that? Interesting, huh? Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, my friend's calling. I wonder if I should answer it. I don't think he wants to be on the air, but I could be wrong. So yeah, did that picture go up or did it not? What do
Yeah,
you? Yeah. Okay, there's a delay. I'm trying to verify it on the YouTube. There's like a couple minute delay. It's very strange. Yeah, isn't that weird? Very bizarre. Okay, we got more to get through here. We're gonna just whip through these babies. Okay. Here's one here. What do you think about that one? Boy. There we go. All right, looks like the chat's doing really well. Thank you so much for calling in, Jacob. I really appreciate it. And
not a problem. I'm glad you're doing the show. It's nice to have people on here to talk about not so much conspiracies, but disclosure and stuff that's going on currently, and not a lot of people like to talk about it. They're too scared to, and it's nice to see somebody talking about it.
yeah, well, there's so much to talk about as far as disclosure goes because they've kept so much from us. I mean, UFO history is going to be the most popular class in the future, I predict. UFO history, or alien or paranormal. That's another nebula. That's pretty crazy looking, huh? You can find some faces in that. Wow. And I got another one here. Now this one here, you can kind of tell how the photography trick works. This is a fall picture, and you can see like where the road would supposed to be, going together, but it's split in half and it's mirrored. So you get all that kind of cool stuff. It's kind of cool, huh? There's a lot of things that you see in nature when you do this too, like leaves. You can see all kinds of amazing, beautiful things. And sometimes I think maybe that's what the fifth dimension is. You're going to see everything as we see it, but symmetrical like this, much more magical or much more, yeah, I don't know. Could be. You never know. You just never know. Yeah. All righty then. Let's see. A close-up of the Ceres. Did we already do that? I think we did. We talked about Apollo 20. This is Mona Lisa. I think we showed this once before.
Is this one from Apollo 13?
No, Apollo 20.
20?
Mm-hmm. Apollo 20.
Is this the one where they found the crystalline structures as well, or no?
Crystalline structures.
Where they reported about Crystal City on the moon?
Yeah, there was. Yes, that was part of one of the drops with this material in it. Some people are saying that part was not real. I don't know. It was just like a bunch of metal. It looked almost like a Hollywood set, but I'm not sure if that is really real, but it was alleged that it was part of the same cache of information. However, it's doing that again. I don't know why that's doing that. Let me try and fix it. I have to get to it for one thing. To clear my desktop off here. Okay, where is it?
But yeah, they have like video of this, and they're like walking around an examination table and
Yeah.
kind of looking at her. It looks like she has like a piercing in her nose and maybe some in her eyebrows.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting video.
It is. It's endlessly fascinating. And yeah, I can't get to the picture that to shrink it. I don't know where it went. I just don't know where it is. But so, okay, I'm gonna show you what that ship looked like. That they found this body near this ship. I can find it. I got so many things open up here. It's so confusing. Okay, there it is. And I'll zoom it bigger. Hope you can see it. Hope I didn't make it too big. But that's how big this sucker is. I mean, it's huge. And they found that body of that woman in a triangle-shaped craft near this big megalithic spaceship type looking structure. Who knows? It might have been some kind of bullet train too. You don't know. But look how huge it is. I mean, it's enormous. It's actually, and that's not just New York City there. There's New York City and I think a couple other major cities. They had to like put more cities in there because the thing is so huge. But that's how big it is. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that's on the far side of our moon. I mean, we should know that. I mean, this should be in the paper. You want disclosure? I mean, they'd probably go up and pretend like they just discovered it now. Okay, at least do that, okay? But eventually the truth is going to come out. We're going to find out, okay, we knew that all along. We knew it all along, folks. There's just no way that we didn't know it. No way. There is just no way. Apollo 20. That's all that shows up. Okay, well, that's it. Let me see if I can find another example.
There used to be a lot of examples on YouTube, but it seems like a lot of them have been pulled. And I usually find that to be a good thing when you are digging into a hole. I mean, it's not fun when you're digging into a hole and you want to learn more about it, but it seems like you're on the right track when all of a sudden you can't find a lot of information about it anymore.
Right. That really sucks. Here's something I designed. It's, oh, and maybe after this, I can show you a picture I took of my arm. I've got another one of those little mini bruises on the inside of my right arm again. And it's just really kind of freaky. Kind of freaky. Okay, this one looks like a good one. Put this on my desktop and show you the picture. Maybe this one's a better one. Okay. All right. Let me get rid of this. It'd be nice to have more than one monitor here. Okay. All right. So that's the One Planet, One People. That's something I did a few years ago. It's got all of the all of the countries' flags and the Earth, One Planet, One People. And I just think it'd be a cool flag. So a flag that every country could fly. And now I got this weirdo picture of my arm. Okay. See that? You see that little thing there? They're like little round bruises. So you can see there's one here. I don't know if you can see where the cursor is, but there's one here and one here and one here. These ones are fading. These ones were darker a couple days ago. And then this one just appears. They're almost right in a line, you know? It's kind of weird. You ever have marks on your arms like that, Jacob?
No, I've never had anything like that. Those look like almost puncture wounds, or like
the skin isn't broken. It's like a little bruise. It's like I take my magnifying glass and it's like red and purple. So it's like the color of bruises. So, but I wake up and they're there. Sometimes they're on both arms. Sometimes they're just on one. This time they're just on my right arm. Now, this has been happening to me like pretty much all my life, but I've never really told anybody about it because I really didn't think that it was anything. But the more I look into some of these cases and other people are, you know, noticing different marks on their body, it may be, who knows what it is. You know, I'm not saying I know what it is. It's just you wake up and you have these strange marks on your body, and You wondering, you know, am I sleepwalking and bumping into something or what? You know? I don't know. Isn't that weird? It's too long to look at my arm, that's for sure. You checking your arm? Nothing there? Let's see.
My arms don't look like that.
Let's see here. Yeah. Right here. Right there. See that thing? Look at that sucker. What is that? You know, look at that thing. So weird. So weird. You know, I don't touch my arms when I'm sleeping. There's nothing really, you know, there's no buttons or tufting on any of my coverings. You know, there's no buttons on my pajamas right there. I don't wear pajamas. But if I did, there wouldn't be any buttons there. So I don't know. It's a mystery. Let's see if anyone in the chat knows. Melanoma. Yeah, I think I've heard of her. Yeah, melanoma. Yeah, Stan Romanek did have some similar markings on his leg. And he was supposed to go in for knee surgery. He had like torn up knee, like really, really bad. He was in a lot of pain. And he woke up after being abducted, and there was like 5 or 6 of those marks, like right down his side of his leg by his knee. And he wasn't in pain. And he called up his doctor. He said, "Doc, I'm all better now. I don't need to come in." And his doctor was like, Stan, I know you're nervous about this, but you're going to have to. There's no way you can recover from this. You have to have surgery. He goes, "No, I'm walking in it now. There's no pain, nothing." So he went to the doctor, and the doctor looked at him and went, "Wow." And they recorded that doctor's visit. The doctor was amazed that, you know, he was, and these markings were on the side of his leg. So yeah, Stan Romanek did have markings like that. Aaron, did you have a doctor look at it and make sure it's not something that'll grow? Well, I don't think it will grow because, you know, like I said, I've had these for years. I mean, they just come and go. I mean, they just appear and then they fade after a few days. It's like, I don't know what they're doing, you know. Maybe someone's practicing acupuncture on me at night. I don't know. Who knows, right? I wonder if any of you, I hope some of you got the notification that I went live today. Hope you all did. But yeah, the disclosure narrative is really lame. I'm not expecting much from this disclosure, supposed disclosure. We're just going to have to keep on doing it ourselves, talking about it, you know, showing interesting photographs and sharing our personal stories. Okay. I like what you wrote in the chat, Jacob. I'm not going to repeat it, but it's very funny. That's funny. No, I didn't have a doctor look at it. I have this thing about doctors. I will not go to any doctor who's still just practicing. Okay. And as far as I can tell, they're all just still practicing. So.
Except Fauci?
Oh yeah. That's going to be like the new swear word, isn't it? It sounds like a swear word, doesn't it? Oh man, you got Fauci'd. Don't Fauci me.
It's
Holy.
the Munson of our days.
Holy Fauci. Holy guacamole. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how many people have fallen for the fear. The Doctor of Lies. Yeah, it's funny when they talked about the NIH or the NIHDA, whatever the 3 or 4 letter agency he belongs to. Like only 40% or 50% of their staff has gotten vaccinated and the rest of them aren't going to be. It's like, well, okay. Well, I'm really glad that those people had a choice. And, remember, you always have a choice, people. And if you don't have a choice, there's a piece of paper that you can get. It's 4 pages long. It's called the Constitution. And it will give you every right that you need there, all spelled out, given to us by the Almighty, not by any government. So, yeah, it's amazing how fast he fell from grace. And now they're starting to talk about the origins of this thing. I'm still a little bit, let's see, Chili's, Jules, kept getting a big bad bruise in the same spot on my upper thigh. It would come and go until I finally figured out my vacuum. It was heavy. I was putting it on my leg to help propel it. Oh, well, you figured it out. That's a mystery, I don't think I'm pushing anything with the inside of my arm, though. Pushing a pencil or something. I don't know. I just don't know. Let me see here. Let's see what else we haven't covered here. Oh, here's one of my very first memes. Maybe I showed this before, but hey, it's a meme to help wake people up. It's, of course, my Snopes meme. It was one of my very first memes. I'm very proud of it, actually. Meme. It was one of my very first. And so, yeah. What do you think of that? About that? Mud Rabbit says, my grandfather was a doctor. He told me years ago what he wanted me to know. I don't do those type of things. Good. I'm glad that you don't. Yeah. I just think if we were meant to have toxins in our blood, we would have been born with those already in us. Yeah, Snopes was a soap opera for sure, wasn't it? Snopes. Yeah. So that was one of my first memes, and it was always a good one.
Aaron, have you seen Jon Stewart's recent interview with Stephen Colbert?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes. Yeah. I can't stand that person, Colbert. Can't stand the guy. He's an idiot. Definitely a shill. I'm hearing it.
I can't stand him since he started. I can't know since he started working for this new network, but you can clearly see in that interview who his old boss was and who his new bosses are, and how he handled that interview. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah. It is. It is very interesting, isn't it? Here's an interesting picture of Venus. You want to see that? I can hear an echo of my voice. I don't know where that's coming from. I wonder where. Maybe I'm making that. Here it is. So there is a picture of Venus. Look at that. You know, what are we looking at there? It looks like some kind of mountain or big structure and fences and kind of enclosed areas in the distance there. Over here, look at that. I mean, I don't know. What is all that? Look at this big, like a mountain-like structure here. It's casting this shadow. Look at these bright things over here. And then there's these like walls over here. It looks like walls or former walls or something. I don't know, very interesting. I like looking at pictures of Venus. I was always very curious about the planet Venus when I was a kid because it's almost the same size as Earth. There's so many things identical to Earth about Venus, and yet it's completely different. And of course, they were using that. Mainstream science was using Venus as a kind of a warning of what would happen to us if we, you know, don't do certain things. But I think one volcano is worth like 1,000 years of cars. So, you know, I'm not sure what if anything, we're doing. As much as we want to think that we're making a mark, I don't think we're making much of a mark. You know, a flea can bite the dog, but the dog's going to keep walking, you know. The flea's not going to bug him too much. Right? I do want to show one picture. This might be, this is from the 6th. Check that out. That is allegedly the utensil that was used to end someone's life. Tragically, we still don't know all the details about this, but look at that hand, look at that cufflinks. So if that was a Capitol Police officer, what Capitol Police officer wears a suit with cufflinks? That's what I want to know. I don't know. I've never heard of that before. Have you?
Is it something like how they have in court, how they're dressed up like the bailiffs or something like that? I don't know if they're dressed in different attire because of the government building that they're in.
I don't know. What it looks like to me is it looks like it's a congressman. I think it looks like a congressman. Because a congressman would be wearing cufflinks. A police officer wouldn't be wearing cufflinks. I don't know. There's a closer picture that shows the cufflinks. You can also see his receding hairline there. So he does look like a person of color with a receding hairline. Oh boy, it almost looks like, who's the mayor of Chicago? It's kind of like her, but I think it's a dude. But I don't know. I don't know. What do you think? Now there are members of Congress who pack heat. Several members of Congress do pack heat, and they carry guns with them. So on the property. So this might be that's now my theory is just my own personal theory is that it's a congressman, and they don't want the publicity out there. They're trying to divert the attention away. I don't know. Otherwise, why would they? Oh, Nancy Pelosi has her own private security detail. He's part of it. Oh, that's Nancy Pelosi security. Interesting. Oh, maybe a security guard be wearing cufflinks? I don't know. I don't know. Look at that profile there, that sloping forehead with the it looks like slightly graying hair. I can't tell.
That's Trey Gaudy putting his pistol through that window.
Trey Gowdy. Could be Trey Gowdy. I don't think so.
No, I was just joking.
Yeah, it's Trey Gowdy with a tan. Right?
His hand looks dark, but I would say by the reflection, he's definitely Caucasian.
Really?
Yeah, I would say the forehead looks Caucasian to me, but I mean, there's a chance he could have color, but his hand looks really dark. I'm not sure wearing glove or what.
Yeah, there's another picture of just the hand. And it is you know, I don't want to what do you call it? Profile anybody, but if there's a photo, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, they're not giving us any details, so this is like what we have to go on, right?
Well, yeah, you're just making an analysis of the photo. You're not trying to incriminate anybody with it.
No. And he's got some kind of bracelet on too, some kind of like special little bracelet that let me see if I can find the other picture that shows a close-up of his hand. Oh, that's that. Okay. Here it is. Can you see that?
Yeah, well, why does the bracelet look so tight?
Why does the bracelet look so tight?
Yeah, it looks like it's cutting off the circulation at his wrist.
Well,
And
it looks like one of those friendship bracelets that a kid gives you, right? Maybe he's got a grandson or granddaughter or a son or daughter that or maybe that he and his wife have this thing, they wear special bracelets. I don't know, but it's an identifier. Who was wearing a bracelet like that on that day? I mean, they should be looking into this. There's a lot of footage that they're not releasing that we should be able to see. With all the hyperbole they've given this, they should really let everything out and be as transparent as they can. But yeah,
I thought it was so interesting how everybody makes this out to be the worst travesty that's happened to the U.S. and who knows how long. And you're talking about $100 million worth of art on the walls, and none of it was touched.
yeah, they were very well behaved. The ones that were in there that were waved in.
Yeah,
Now it turns out the FBI planned the whole thing, and their operatives were the ones doing all the stuff. I mean, it's the typical thing. I mean, it's really sad that these operations are allowed to continue like this. Oh, we're just infiltrating. No, you're not. You're creating the event. You know? I don't know. You can definitely see the cufflink there. It looks like cufflinks. Now that is an expensive shirt. I just don't think that's like, I don't know, $80 shirt or more, something like that, with cufflinks like that. That's an expensive shirt. I don't know. Maybe security detail might have expensive shirts like that. It just, to me, when I first saw it, when this thing first happened, I saw that image, I thought congressman. That is a congressperson. Because it just looks too, I don't know, too eloquent for a And the gun doesn't really look like, if it's a security guy, it'd be kind of a bigger gun than that, wouldn't it be? I mean, don't you think? I mean, I don't know.
That looks like a standard issue like Glock.
Yeah. It looks like about the same length as a dart gun. Or the mini super soaker, right? That's what I think they should do. Like for wars, just replace all the guns with super soakers and put vinegar in it. Oh, it's in my eyes. I give up. You got me. Right? Right? Cut down on the casualties. It would definitely cut down on the casualties.
But I got to run, Aaron. It was
All
nice
right.
to talk to you.
Nice talking to you too, buddy. I appreciate you coming on. Thanks, pal. We'll talk to you soon. We'll be looking for your shows. Check him out in the chat and subscribe to his channel. He's got some awesome shows coming up.
Yeah, I'll be in the chat. You guys can, I'll still be talking. But it was nice getting to talk to you, Aaron. You guys have a good night.
Thanks again, you too. All right, man. Take care. And folks, aren't you glad that this kind of nonsense is going away? Aren't you just really glad about that? Aren't you super excited about that? Like me? Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All righty then. Good night, Jake. All right. Let's keep on keeping on here. Let's see what other kind of magical screen sharing we can do. Yep. Here's something, and now I've shown these before, folks. Now, this is one of the California drones. And it's just really something else. Really something else, I'm telling you. So these California drones, they would appear and people would take pictures of them. This is from almost 10 years ago or so. Super clear pictures. And I've talked about these before. When this guy Raja took these pictures and they were by telephone poles, they were trying to find the telephone pole it was taken by because they couldn't find the photographer. But I don't think they ever found the guy or the telephone pole, but a researcher did find a patent, several patents applied for by power companies in California for an invisibly cloaked mechanical drone. Oh, it's not showing up on the screen very good, is it? Oh, lordy, look who's 40. I gotta fix that. Where is that gonna be? All right. Well, that's just not very good. It's not showing up. You can kind of see it I don't know why it's not fitting into the screen like that, folks. I really apologize for that. I gotta try and find it here so I can adjust it. But these things move around like a dragonfly, and they're called the dragonfly drones. Some people call them dragonfly drones, but they're very crisp. But what they do is they monitor the power lines, and they can report back any breaks in the line, or any loss of energy. Let's see here. Yeah, let's go with this one. And I'll try to find that other one. Okay. All righty then. Let's see. Yeah, we got to stop that one. I'm trying to get another picture up here for you, folks. I'm sorry about that. Let's see if this is any better. I'm not able to see this until it gets actually on to YouTube. So that's why there's a little delay here. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all having a good time. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are rocking. A direct link to Jacob's channel would be helpful. Yeah, let's just click on Jacob's name. I guess you could get to him that way. Yeah, he's got some interesting. It's a good show. Check it out and share it out. Get your friends to join. Let's get this guy's channel up there. He's a great guy. Very, very cool guy. Very smart guy. I know I was smart when I was in school because everyone called me Alec, smart Alec. So that's how I know, right? So this is a page from the Palo Alto, California. Of course, these are the California drones, mostly seen in California, in the 80s. And this was a page from the linguistics of this whole stuff. And Isaac released just a treasure trove of information on this. And these aren't letters. It's not a language per se. Oh, okay, Mud Rabbit. So yeah, look up for, I think, yeah, it won't let me click on your name either, Jacob. Jacob, you can go ahead and put a link to your channel in there if you want. Why don't you do that? That'd be great. I would do it, but there'd be a big blank spot where I'm trying to think. So this is a fascinating story. This guy, Isaac, it's not his real name. He saw these pictures and he said, hey, I worked on this stuff back in the 80s and I should release this stuff now, because he really wanted to get the stuff out there. He'd been sitting on it a long time and never made any money on it. He just wanted, to answer the questions of what it was. So basically what they found out was these images are these letter type images, when they are either printed and or embossed in the metal somehow with these shapes, and then that piece of metal with that embossment or that printing on it is subjected to some kind of electromagnetic field, it does something. It performs an operation like software. And Isaac said it was like magic. And all the other scientists there were like, whoa, really? This is alien technology? You know, they're trying to figure out applications for commercial applications for extraterrestrial technology. It's the CARET program. I guess you can't see, it's not very clear, is it? Maybe I'll find a better one. Here is a picture of the motor, the extraterrestrial motor, and two pieces of some kind of armature, broken pieces that have some of this printing on it. And when they turn the machine on, these pieces just fly up into the position they're supposed to be when the engine and everything is all put together. So the whole craft might be just held together by these electromagnetic fields, which is why they don't need bolts or welding or anything like that. RP says hello. Hey, real red pill girlfriend. Hey, how you doing? Major face palm. Isaac, Bob Lazar. Yeah, I think that was Bob Lazar that brought out that alien interview tape. I think that was Bob Lazar because the voice was altered. I took that vocal and put it into my sound program, and I altered it. I slowed it. I tuned it up, and it sounds just like Bob Lazar. So I think that might be him. Yeah, Major Facepalm. I think you're right. RP says hello. RP did a great show tonight. Now, I don't know if he did a second one. Maybe he did. But he did a really good breakdown of what's been happening lately. And it's just really, really, really cool. Go check him out on Twitch, Rumble, and DLive, and support the heck out of that guy. He just got bumped off of Patreon, and some terrible stuff. So he's Mr. Scoop. He's got the scoops. So there you see the engine is on, the anti-gravity engine, and those pieces are flying up into the places where they would be if all the machine was intact. So very, very interesting. And let's see, you know, it's kind of hard to read that, isn't it? It is kind of hard to read that. So I think I'll try and find it on here and see if I can read that for you. Oh boy. Oh, there's too much stuff on here, folks. I don't know if I can find it. There it is. All right. I'll have to make it bigger. Okay. This is Isaac Carrot A1 artifact. All right. Interdimensional space-time technology theory. Each glyph represents unique sectors of interdimensional space-time. The A1 artifact is the multi-mode master control networking device for guiding a network of drones by controlling anti-gravity propulsion systems, telemetry, cloaking, communication, and changing the unique frequency channels of vibrations of space-time at any given unique location from intergalactic space. The A1 artifact is a time machine technology that incorporates quantum entanglement of the drone network. Now, I don't know if any of that is true. I'm not sure. I encourage you to look this up, look at all of the documentation, all the papers. Some of the documentation, some of the papers are there's redactions. He did not do the redactions. Those redactions were there. They were not allowed to see some of this stuff, even though they were tasked with trying to figure it out. But very, very interesting indeed. It's such a bizarre story that it's one of the ones that's always kept my piqued my interest, let's just say. I'm going to go on over to let's see here. Let me copy this and paste this, because if anyone wants to call in, they certainly may. I've got the Zoom link right there. Yeah, the corruption detector's girlfriend's in the house. That's right. That's pretty darn cool. That's amazing. It's like we have royalty amongst us. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Red Pill Girlfriend, for all that you do. You're fantastic. Oh yeah, that's why it's not. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna stop share on that. Check the room here, because when I'm sharing, I can't see the room. Okay, no one here yet. So if you want to call in, feel free to call in. If you have an idea, someone I might want to get for a guest, let her fly. You know who I'd like to get on is Leslie Kane. She's been doing a lot of posts recently. She's got that book, UFOs, generals, pilots, government officials go on the record. Fantastic book. Great book for normies. If you got a friend who thinks this is not right, not real, get them her book and they'll know that they're real. All very fact-based, lots of notes in the back. I interviewed her before. However, my interview with her is no longer available on my old Blog Talk Radio show. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm talking to people there, so hopefully we can get to the bottom of it and get those released back, and I can post those again, maybe put them on my page. They're old video or old interviews from 2007, 2008, 2009, around that era, but lots of good ones, and be nice to get those back up and running. Wouldn't it now? Yes. Now, again, folks, people ask me why I'm doing this. I'm trying to get to the truth. I want to help bring the truth out. That's why I'm helping Andy every Sunday. I think that his story is a story that could really, and the technologies he's worked with, it could really open up this whole Earth thing into a whole new world, and a whole new fantastic society where we have high development, and development is not stagnated by people wanting things to stay the way they are. Oh, that will upset the oil industry. We can't have free energy. Well, that will upset the power companies. Well, you know what? And I think I've said this before too, but when automobiles first showed up on streets, a lot of people didn't want those mechanical horseless carriages on the streets. They scared the horses, and they were worried that they might lose their jobs. I mean, the carriage makers and the liveries. But you can't stop progress. Now, if society would have said, okay, we're not going to bring these cars out because, it'll ruin the horse business, where would we be now? I mean, how many horses would you need in New York City to get people around? I mean, it wouldn't be tenable. It would be, it'd be a lot of shoveling too, you know? So you can't stop. And this is what's happened since the 60s, 50s, I think the early 50s. I think that's when the clampdown happened, maybe in the 40s, but definitely in the 50s, 40s and 50s. Because universities were working on anti-gravity. And you could read about it in magazines back in the 50s, in the early 50s. And universities were excited about the breakthroughs in anti-gravity. And then the Pentagon says, okay, all right, universities working on anti-gravity. Okay, now we're going to be working on this totally in secret, so can't talk about it anymore. And then all those articles just disappeared. They didn't write them anymore. I mean, you can still see the old ones. So this is what's happened. Anytime a breakthrough technology comes, it gets snapped up by the greedy CIAs, FBIs, or agencies controlling these things. And that's what's been happening. People need to stand up. This is by the people, for the people. If they know this is what we want, then that's what they'll do. They'll have to do that. So make your voices heard. When you become a committeeman in your area, like Red Pill is telling everybody to do, and then you can get people in who are going to bring disclosure and crack open these deep, dark projects and get some answers. Aaron, is Zach in 10 to 15 years with his dad jokes? I love it. Okay. Yes, Andy's technology, the technology Andy was exposed to could propel us very, very far. Full disclosure. We need full disclosure. Full disclosure. Now, Andy was told his future by his father. Basically, his father said, you're going to lose your sight in your 50s. You're going to lose most of your sight, but then you're going to get a couple operations and you will regain most of your sight back again. And his dad also told him he would live to the ripe old age of 117. I mean, that's got to be reassuring, knowing that you're going to live that long. But I think I got Andy beat there because I plan to live forever. And so far, my plan's working perfectly. So yeah, dad jokes. I think dad jokes are great. Dad jokes, they used to call them bad jokes. I like the dad joke much better. It's a little more descriptive because that's what dads do. They do jokes like that, right? That's right. And speaking of jokes, and this is another one of my first memes, and I'm awfully darn proud of this meme because we've rebranded our show with a new name that reflects the size of our remaining audience, the few. Yes, it's not the view anymore, it's the few, because there's very few people watching it. And I'm so glad that they're still on the air because I can still use this meme and take a screenshot, and you can use it too. Because we need laughs. We need to laugh. Okay, that's a very important thing. Zach is going to call in. Oh, good. Well, let me check and see if he's calling in. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, good. That's awesome. That's fantastic. Yeah, there's the few. Pretty darn cool. Oh, it looks like he's there. And we're going to let Red Pill in. And welcome. It's the corruption detector.
What's up, Aaron?
The price of avocados. What's up with you?
And just about everything else too.
Yeah,
Man. I got gas today for the first time in a couple of weeks, and I was shocked at how expensive it was. Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess I've talked about it on the show, but it's the actual sticker shock. Like when you're there and you're actually putting gas in the car, and you're used to it being like around $30, and then you look up and it's like $46. I was like, you're kidding me. What is going on? It's terrible.
Yeah, well, when you have America Last as your platform,
Yeah,
you know,
that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Hey,
I've
got an interview suggestion. This is somebody that I've always wanted to interview as well, but every time I think about it, I'm doing something else, and so I never follow through. David Adair.
Oh, David Adair. Yes, I would love to have him.
Yeah.
Yes. He's so fun to listen to too.
He's great. And I was saying in the chat when I first got here that the engine you were talking about that doesn't seem to have any rivets or anything, and I said maybe it's some kind of hybrid organic ship like David Adair's ship that he was talking about, that they called him in to try to fly, and he touched it and it responded to him and then it connected biologically somehow so that he flew it just by thinking, which just I've always loved that story. That's so amazing.
Well, I don't think he flew it. He just got it to kind of start.
Yeah, got it to turn on. But I'm saying, but that's the methodology by which it would fly, I guess I should have said.
Right, and it seemed to respond to only him. And then he realized, wait a minute, we're not building this. And who did you get this from? He got all angry. And when he touched the metal, when he was angry, little tornadoes, little like red or orange tornadoes went in. But when he was calm, there were blue tornadoes. So it reads your emotions.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Super cool. Did I ever tell you that I met Phil Lazar or Bob Lazar? Not Bob. Yeah, Bob Lazar.
Really?
Lazar. I was thinking. Yeah.
That's so cool.
It was pretty sweet. We didn't even talk about aliens or Area 51 or anything like that, like, because I know that this was before he had kind of re-entered the public eye and done that new documentary with Jeremy Corbell and got raided by the FBI again. But it was a chance encounter, and I played it so cool, didn't even let him know that I knew who he was.
Wow.
It was years ago, but it was pretty awesome.
That is awesome. Where did you see him? Or you maybe don't want to say?
No, I don't want to say. Yeah, I don't want to give him away or anything else.
All right. Yeah, boy, I would love to have him on the show. He, if you watch his really old videos where he actually like gives you a lesson on what they were learning there.
Oh yeah,
it's incredible about the gravity A waves, gravity B waves. Red Pill. I was reading the book. What was it called? It's by Brian Greene. He's a physicist. The Elegant Universe.
Okay.
Book about string theory.
Okay.
And I was about 3/4 of the way through the book, and he was talking about how in string theory they have like 11 dimensions. Some of them are curled up in time space, or the little teeny curled up dimensions called Calliope shapes or something, some kind of mathematical shapes of a twisted up dimension. And I had a visual of how this could work if gravity was a wave, like Lazar said. And so I called him up. I called up Brian Greene, and
oh wow,
I said, if gravity is a wave and the waves are coming up through the earth and they go through those Calliope shapes, they get twisted around and amplified, and that increases the gravity. The more of those that go through, the more gravity. He goes, wow, that would work with quantum physics and with general relativity. And then he started studying. About a year later, I read he started studying gravity waves.
That's awesome.
But I got that sort of from the Lazar material. So, but it was my imagination.
Very cool.
And then, as a side note, I had the book. I rented it. I lent it out. I got it from the library in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. And I realized, holy moly, it's like the last day that I have the book, right? Okay, it's the morning. I don't have work today. I could finish the book today because I didn't have much to finish. But I thought, well, it's morning. Instead of rushing it, I'm just going to go back into the library and recheck it out so I can have more time to maybe even read more, read it over again. And I brought it in there, and the lady took it. I said, I'd like to recheck this out. She took it and said, oh, there's a mark on this one. Can't give it back to you. I said, what? I said, well, I have it till the end of the day. I'll bring it back for the end. Nope, it's in the system now. What?
What the heck?
So I never went back there. I went out and bought the book because that was ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. I mean, that's like bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake.
Yeah. If you ever want to find a library, it's always the tallest building in a town. Did you know that?
No, I never thought about it. No.
Yeah. Always the library is the tallest because it has the most stories.
Oh, it's great, dude.
Dad joke. Yeah.
Oh man, what are your Christmases like?
Well, I tell you, if you're at my parents' house and you have some trash in your hands, ask my mom, say, Marge, where do you keep your trash? And she'll say, keep it? You mean we're supposed to keep it? Why, we've been throwing it away for years.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. My whole family's like that. But no one laughs because we're all like used to the humor.
Just a bunch of one-liners, totally deadpan. Oh my God. I wish I was a fly on the wall. Just set up a camera next time.
It's hilarious. It's so fun. Now, when I was a boy, I was a paper boy. I used to always tell jokes to my mom. My mom would always know the punchline, but I asked her a question once. I said, Mom, if I'm a paper boy now, when I grow up, will I be a cardboard man?
Oh my God. Oh, Aaron, you're such a hoot. I love it.
I know. Yeah. Hey, we live in a jokey house. Now, my dad makes up words for everything. He makes up alternate words. Like everything is a different, like he goes, has anybody seen my magnificent glass? His magnifying glass, his magnificent glass.
Oh my God.
And if the Giants are playing football, it's not the Giants, it's the Gigantics. Who's playing, Dad? For the Gigantics. Okay.
Oh man. That's so funny. Hold on. Oh, Sopranos fan 11 says, you hear about the happy Roman? He was glad he ate her.
Okay.
Yeah. And then hello to Q Trendsetter as well.
Oh, is that in the chat? Okay.
Yes. Did I miss another one, honey? Oh, Rectum almost killed him. Yes, that's a classic. That's a classic. Oh man. All right. Well, listen, brother, I just wanted to say hi. I have to wake up at like 5 a.m. to catch our flight. So
okay. But flight. Oh, yeah, because you're going to Miami.
Yeah, well, Tampa, but yeah.
Okay, Tampa. Okay. Now
Yeah.
I gotta say, Red Pill, your show today, the first one you did today. I don't know if you did a second one, but your first one.
No, I was gonna, but I didn't have a chance. I was gonna be here far too late if I did another one.
It was a great breakdown of everything. You did a really concise job of putting it all together. I mean, I was like blown away.
Well, thank you.
It was one of his best.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was really, really good. It was really, really good. So everybody out there, send all of your money to Red Pill 78. Because if we
redpill78news.com/donate.
Exactly. Because if we can get this guy enough money, you know, he can buy CBS or something, right?
Oh man, that would be great. To walk in and just hand a check to Les Moonves. I'm taking over, son.
Yeah, I'm surprised Trump hasn't bought some of these organizations.
Oh, you know what? I've actually thought that a number of times myself. If President Trump would just start a station or some type of media project, I mean, the audience is there. Every one of us would flock to it.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be incredible.
I just think it's wonderful how Trump has inspired everybody, and through people like you, Red Pill, encouraging people to go out and get involved in local politics. I mean, that is the answer. It's a miracle that this is even happening.
Yeah.
But the alternative is so bizarre and so freaky and so bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's either we all just go back to sleep and or stop acting freely, or we've got to do something. So what's the saying? I'd rather die on my feet, or die on my feet than serve on my knees, or something like that.
Yeah, well, there's only two genders, and boy, the way they're going, they're going to have millions of them.
Yeah,
but you know
exactly.
What? As bad as Biden is, if he can, correct me if I'm wrong, we can hold off until one day after the 2-year mark, then Trump can still run in 2024. If he's instated, like, with less than half of the term left.
Oh, really? That would be great.
I think I heard that. So I'm not sure if that's right or not, but that would be fantastic. And that might be the way it's going, because it might take that long to get some of these court things through.
Yeah. I'm thinking that it will. I mean, I hope that we have several of them done by the fall, so that we can roll into a strong 2022, like just overwhelming show of results showing that President Trump truly did win, and we can just get it all taken care of. And I want to say hello to Colleen in the chat as well. She says she's looking forward to meeting both of us this weekend. She's going to be in Tampa as well. So awesome, Colleen. I look forward to meeting you too.
Well, Red Pill, I wish you all the luck in the world over there in Tampa. We'll be looking, we watching, and rooting for you.
Thanks, buddy. And
everybody check your couch, get all the change out of your couch, and send your couch change and everything else you have to redpill78news.com. And because you know what? We need this guy. He's the news guy. He's got
Thanks, bro.
He's Mr. Scoop. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you, and love you, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Love you too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Peace in. Wow, friends. That was fantastic. The famous Red Pill 78. I forgot to tell him, of all my videos, it's like it's in the top 5 of all my top videos is the one where I interviewed Red Pill 78. So if you haven't seen that, go check it out. So yeah, Florida is going to be awesome. You know what, Red Pill, a friend of mine just moved to Florida. They had to pay 50 grand over the price, but they're actually near Mar-a-Lago, and she's going to have a spa. So maybe I could introduce you to those people. Very interesting, nice people. Actually, I'd like to have her on my show sometime. She's got amazing stories to tell. So let's see, checking out the chat here. Thank you so much, everybody. This has been a fun episode. What a treat to have Red Pill call in, and Red Pill Girlfriend, Real Red Pill Girlfriend in the chat. Fantastic. What a treat. I hope you have a good flight there, Swamp Mafia. Swamp Mafia. That's a cool name. Kip True. Colleen Luce Wilson. Yeah, Florida is great. You know, I've been there a couple times. It's always really nice down there. You gotta love Florida, you know? You got mosquitoes and alligators, right? Watch out for the alligators. They can climb fences now. They're learning. You know, the thing about alligators is they were around during dinosaur times. They're dinosaurs. If they would have died out, we'd be looking at their bones going, oh my God, can you imagine what would life be like if those things still roamed the earth? And now, down in Florida, they're on the golf course, Yeah, Florida's showing America how to be America. And, Trump showed everybody how to be a good president. Now, Ron DeSantis is showing everybody how to be a governor. It really doesn't take much, just some common sense and not to go along with this crazy. Of course, to not go along with the crazy narrative, you have to not be compromised. So for all of the people going to be joining up into their local, yes, your governor is awesome. Yes. Your local government, try real hard to resist the money people and the people who want you to do what they want to do, and the blackmailers. Don't do anything dumb, because alligators and DeSantis, best state in the union. There you go, Major Facepalm. That's a great name too, Major Facepalm. I love some of these names. Mud Rabbit, Sopranos fan 11. Gotta ask Andy about Dulce. Well, I think he has talked about Dulce a couple times. I think he was at Dulce, but there was nothing there when he was there. I think I will have to ask him. But there's a lot of things to ask about Andy's thing. Andy's got so many things in his, and now we learn he has all these past lives that he's remembered his whole life. I don't know if I would want to know my past lives. I have a hard enough time just trying to figure out the life I'm living now. I don't want to, get it all confused with all these other lives I've lived, Okay. Anyone remember the 90s TV show Roller Games with the roller skaters in the alligator pit? Vaguely, I stopped watching television back before the turn of the century. So I haven't seen any TV. Thank God. So that's why my brain is only half mush, not total mush. All right. So I'm going to drop the links in again. If anyone else wants to call in and chit chat, we can do that. We can do the chit chat thing. So let's see. Yeah, the idiot box. Yeah, I remember my mom used to say, don't sit too close to the TV, you'll get radiation. Well, I think it gets you no matter how far you sit away from it. We always wanted to sit close. Oh, Jacob says his governor is horrible. Yeah, our governor here is not very good either. Not very good at all. I don't like him. Evers. He creeps me out. He's kind of a creep. Just creeps me out. He sure does. Oh, check this out. Oh yeah, look at that. That's the magical supercube. The green supercube that shows up. The other supercubes don't do that, you see. But the green ones do, because they're the same color as the green screen. Isn't that magical? Kind of cool, huh? Like, oh, I got a hole in my head. Kind of cool, huh? Kind of cool. All right, well, let's do another screenshot, shall we? Let's see if we can find something to screenshot. This one's pretty cool. It's a little meme I made. It's about yeah, that's what it's about. Hold on a second, folks. Holy moly, Rocky. The invisible supercube, yes. Now, the supercubes, they're made of the bounciest substance on Earth. They float in water. They're the best eraser you ever used. Oh, and that didn't show up. Oh, just lovely. It did that again. So, okay, I'm going to stop showing that. I don't know what's going on with my screen sharing thing. It's not really working so good. Let's see here. Yeah. Alrighty then. Well, folks. Oh yeah, this one. Let's try that. Let's see if it shows up. It's not showing up. Okay, we'll try this one. This is a George Adamski ship that he photographed back in the 50s. What do you think about that? Yeah, the 25th is supposed to be when the limited disclosure happens. Now, remember now, it's not disclosure of everything that the government knows. It's only disclosure of what they learned in 2004 when they started this Pentagon thing to investigate UFOs. So all they have is some grainy, fuzzy footage and some pilot's testimony, and that's pretty much about it. And that's all you're going to get, because that's all they have. So this is a George Adamski spaceship that he allegedly photographed with his telescope. It's a very interesting picture. It seems to look a lot like the Haunebu, which was developed by the Nazis during the 30s and 40s. So yeah, could be. It's pretty incredible looking. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. So, okay, we're going to try this one. This one, again, is one of those from the California drones. And from that Palo Alto Carrot Project book, the linguistics part, but they aren't really linguistics. They are like software that you print into the thing. Nazi Bell. Water on Mars. Yeah, it's always the water on Mars story they're telling you. Yeah, it's going to be a lame one, folks. It's going to be a nothing burger, I'm telling you. But if you look at the intricacy of these designs, Now, when this story came out, when Isaac dropped all this documentation, the debunkers rolled in, and the alleged debunkers, and they said with a lot of confidence, oh, this is definitely done recently because back in the 80s, computer programs to do graphics like this didn't exist. Well, that's right if you're talking about consumer products. This was a top secret program put on by the secret government, and they have access to stuff that we don't see for 20 or 30 years. So they definitely had programs with this kind of level of accuracy and detail. It looks like a real red pill girlfriend has donated. Thank you so very much. And she's looking forward to meeting Florida Patriots. Boy, you know, I wish I was going down there, but it's a long ways from Wisconsin. Gosh, Florida. It's probably going to be just packed too, you know? It's the kind of thing you might need to take your jetpack to. Wouldn't it be cool to get a jetpack and just fly, you know, like Gilligan had? Thank you so much, Red Pill Girlfriend. You know, that helps so much because as real Red Pill Girlfriend and Red Pill know, it's not easy and it's not cheap to do a show like this. Oh, Facebook let you know I was on? Thanks, YouTube. Glad Facebook let me know Aaron was on. Mud Rabbits on the other coast won't be able to make it. We'll all be there in spirit, Red Pill. Be watching you, and yeah, I was so proud of you when we did that speech over there at the God and Country out in Texas. I forgot to ask if you had any Texas toast while you were out there. It's like you got to have Texas toast while you're out there because they got the best toast. Don't you think? I think so. I think they have the best toast. Okay. All right, we're going to change it up here, folks, and we're going to do some other kind of images here. Sound like fun? What we're going to show you here now, friends, these are actual real pictures from space, from our space program. This is a picture of the tops of the clouds, close-up of Jupiter. Look at how beautiful that is. Look at the beauty there. And now, remember now, all the white that you see is frozen water vapor. All that white, frozen water vapor. But there's so much radiation in there coming off that planet that no human will ever be able to go there, which is really sad. But it's just the way it is. And it's just amazing, the clouds. Now, Corey Good, if you've heard of Corey Good's story, he claims that when he was in the secret space program, they were on this research vessel and they were, you know, studying all kinds of scientific things. They found out that the sun was electric by sending a probe inside the sun through a sunspot inside its cooler. They also found life forms, living life form, plasma life forms in the upper atmosphere of Jupiter. right here, what we're looking at. There could be live creatures in there. They tried gathering them, but when they took them into the ship, they just perished. And when they went back to get some more, they evaded capture. So they're showing preservation of life. They reproduced. And so, but they were plasma, like a light form. So Corey said, we're going to have to adjust our idea of what life is, because we're going to run into things we already have that do not fit our description of life, but they're clearly alive. So that's an interesting picture. You can see all kinds of cool things. And it's images like this that I take and mirror them. I come up with those crazy mirror pictures that you saw earlier. But yeah, Jupiter is just endlessly beautiful. It's so beautiful. Here's another one, friends. Now look at that thing. I don't know if I'm, look at how gorgeous that is. Like deep, dark blues. Oh my, something else. It just, I mean, you could look at something like this for a long time. And this is in our solar system. Look at this thing. It's like fantastic. It's almost like those paintings you see people do, those fluid art paintings, which I think are fantastic. And I've done a few of those too. Those are fun to do. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, the flat earth theory. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Celestial Soul, for bringing up the flat earth theory, because now I'm going to have to, oh, first again. Yeah, okay, that'll be good. That'll be good. All right. That will be good. Flat. Okay, because I have a meme. You might have seen it before, but I'm going to show it again. If I can find it. There it is. So here it is, folks. This is my meme for flat earthers. Right here, okay? There it is. It's the flat dog theory. There's our two fleas. That's what fleas look like. And one flea says, I say the dog is flat. Kind of like the flat earthers. And then the other flea says, I say the dog is dog-shaped, you know, like the round earthers. So flat dog theory. They have members all around the dog. Remember the flat earth theory? We have members all around the globe. Really, flat earth, around the globe. That was a very funny faux pas they made there. But this is what I think about flat earth. You know what? It really doesn't make any difference if it's flat or round. It doesn't make any sense if it is flat. But even if it is, what would it change? Nothing. Just like if the dog was flat or dog-shaped, it wouldn't affect the fleas at all because they're still on the dog, okay? Whether it be flat or dog-shaped. Just like we're on the earth, whether it's flat or round. But I just, I don't know. I can't get with the flat earth theory. It just doesn't make any sense to me why this would be the only planet that's not round. And we've drilled down miles, miles, and miles down into the earth. If it was flat, wouldn't we have reached the bottom and fallen through? How does that work? You know, it doesn't make any sense. It really does not make any sense. And, you know, when the earth goes in front of the moon, we cast a round shadow on the moon. So if we're flat, it would cast like a flat shadow or an oval or something. It wouldn't be round, okay? So it amazes me that people can in this day and age that they can. Well, I guess it doesn't amaze me because people are wearing masks, but. Oh, Alex Collier said Andromedans said Earth is round. Oh, that's very interesting. I did not hear that. And I like Alex Collier. I think he's a great guy. Let's see. Yeah, right. Like two blind men trying to describe an elephant. That's right, Mud Rabbit. It's like we don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's round. I mean, if it turned out to be flat, it wouldn't change anything except, wow, that's weird. But yeah, flat dog theory. That's my answer to flat earthers, because sometimes you have to think about something in a slightly different way to get the real gist of it, you know? Oh, we're getting a little bit of turbulence here in the spaceship. You see that? Look at that. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh my goodness. Wow. Went through a nebula. Didn't think we would, did you? Yeah. That's right, folks. Oops, wrong one. Wrong one. Now, here's something. I couldn't believe I saw one of these the other day. Now, have you ever seen one of these, friends? Okay. Ever seen one of these darn things? It's one of those round bales of hay. Now, I thought that they outlawed these, and yet I still see them. Didn't they outlaw these round bales? Anybody in the chat? Now, has anybody heard that? That they outlawed these round bales? Okay. So, yeah, it's puzzling. I see them everywhere. And yet I thought they were made illegal. I didn't think they were illegal anymore. Right? And whenever I ask someone, you know, I said, I can't believe they're still making those round bales. I mean, I thought they were illegal. And they'd say, well, you know, why are they illegal? Because they roll over on people? I said, no, because the cows weren't getting a square meal. The cows weren't getting a square meal. Here's another dad joke. Hey, hey, hey. What do horses eat? Hay. Right? Okay. Why would they be outlawed? Okay, Mud Rabbit asked the question. The delay is funny. The punchline doesn't get there for a while. Interesting. Interdasting. Oh yeah, all kinds of fun here. We're having all kinds of fun, folks. Dad jokes rock. You know, we need to laugh. We need to smile. It really helps to keep the world spinning around. All right. Well, Not a lot of stuff there. Yep. Well, I guess I can just do that, can't I? Let's see here. Should have seen that one coming. Yeah, you should have seen that one coming. Sorry, I can't help it. I can't help it. It runs in the family. The jokes run in the family. Yeah, that's so there now when you're driving along and it's a boring trip, you can take a look at those round bales and you can make that joke and you can make the trip a little bit more pleasant. Because the more you laugh, the more pleasant life is. Isn't that true? Tractors. My uncle collects tractors. Tractors are very dangerous vehicles. The back wheel is so big, it's so easy to flip those things over. You got to be very careful driving tractors. That's why, you know, farming is like one of the most dangerous jobs. You know, they don't get credit for all the hard work they do. Yeah, tractors. Why did they outlaw them? They outlawed them because the cows weren't getting a square meal. That's the punchline. The cows were not getting a square meal. It's kind of like a joke. But yeah. Next road trip. Oh, good, Mud Rabbit. That's awesome. Oh, you saw a small Toyota pickup truck flop on his side when carrying one down the highway. Yeah, they could roll down a hill and they could, run over a cow or something, right? Could be a danger. You never know. You just never know. Alrighty then. I had some other images here. Let me see if I can find them. Here's one. Is an interesting one. Oh yeah. Well, I'll get that one and another one. Yeah, I got another mark on my arm. It's so weird, So weird to get those darn things. Trying to find something here. I found one of the things. Okay. Here's another one. Okay. So I got a couple of things to show you here. Let's see here. Alrighty then. Now this is a picture of a UFO from the early 60s. Very interesting. There's a whole bunch of them. Very interesting photographs. I like the old ones because it's not photoshopped. It's really something in the air. And it's not just a hubcap someone threw in the air, because you know why? I tried that. I threw a hubcap, many hubcaps in the air. I took pictures of them, hoping to get one that looked like a UFO, because I was trying to see if that would be possible. to kind of explain some of these things, but it's literally impossible. Now here's a picture of my granddaughter on the set of the Truth Quest, playing with the super cubes that defy logic. They're the green ones that are magical. And she was pretty mesmerized by that. Great kid. Great kid. Just a awesome, awesome child. And she's like 2. It's like one of the funnest ages. 2 and 3, I think, are probably like the funnest. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, those are like, wow. Those are like really fun. Everything's funny. Everything's fun. You're learning stuff, and it's, and the kids find joy in everything. They're just little happy beings. They remind us of how we need to be, and it's how we used to be, but we need to be that way again, like a childlike mind, of wonder, and amazement. So yeah, that's what that's all about. That is what that's all about. Yep. Well, folks, I think that's the end of the interesting pictures I had to show you and the fun stuff. Are there any dad jokes in the chat here? Yeah, she is cute, isn't she, Mud Rabbit? Yeah, Hazel. She's the best. Yeah. She's the greatest. So let me see. Thanks, Celestial Soul. Let me check back here. So punny. Yeah, somebody has to be punny. Somebody has to do it, right? Somebody has to. Oh. Here's an interesting picture that y'all may have seen or may not have. Well, let's see if you have. It's something from the past of someone that used to be president. Look at that. That's Michelle Obama when she was known as Michael. And of course, there's several gaffes or mistakes where Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama, was giving speeches and said, "Oh yeah, Michael and I, Michael and I, Michael," and he said it several times, "Michael and I." No, Michelle and I, maybe. But yeah, that's definitely a dude. Check it out. That's a dude. What do you guys think? Let's see what you say in the chat here. Big Mike. Yeah, there he is. I mean, talk about a dishonest presidency. Not even honest about the gender of his whatever you call that. Man shell. I like that. Good one, Mud Rabbit. Man shell. Oh, Big Mike. I hope the truth comes out. Celestial Soul says they duped us all. Yes, they did. Big Mike. I hope the truth comes out. Well, I think it did when he was dancing. Came out, didn't it? Yeah, I don't think that's photoshopped. Of course, you know, you never know these days, right? Yeah, it's when you look at the background of Barry, and it's not really the background of someone that you expect to be president, you know? For one thing, all of his school papers, all of his records are locked. You can't get into them. All of the things he did as a senator are locked up. You can't see what he did. It's like, okay, isn't he supposed to have like a presidential library? I mean, shouldn't they have something from his past there? I mean, I don't know. I mean, how could this have happened? Are the people that, well, they're so controlled. That's how, and that's why our favorite Anon said, "You are the news now. Handle it with care. Handle it with care, because the power is so enormous that you really have to be careful. You don't want things to happen because of something that's said on a newscast that isn't true. You know, people deserve the truth. And, you know, I think, you know, part of the truth is going to be in the future, the chronovisor, like what Andy remembers seeing in the programs where you can see past events. So every court in America could have a chronovisor. It's like, okay, Mr. Smith, you've been accused of robbing the Second National Bank. How do you plead? Before you plead, remember, we're going to be looking at the chronovisor. Find out the exact truth. This is your last chance to confess. So I think you get a lot of people confessing because can't unsee it. Yeah, I think I got to take it off the air there. It's not too long. It's going to melt the screen. There we go. Yeah. That's something, isn't it? That really is something else. Okay, here's a good one that you might all like. It's a meme, so we love memes. And it's even got Peppy, so it's even better. There it is, Black Lives Matter, BLM. Because of course, in Maricopa County, the ballots there have some kind of marking on them. They have to use a black light to see. Ha. Gonna find all of those phony ballots and get the correct count and put the right guy back in there who actually can say sentences. He actually makes sense, and his policies actually help people instead of hurting people. Biden's policies only hurt people. Trump's policies only help people. Not that hard to figure out. I mean, look at everything. I mean, look at the price of lumber. I mean, my God. You know, it's like, wow. I wish I would have bought a bunch of lumber. I could like sell it now. It'd be like the new Bitcoin, 2x4s, 2x4 coin, right? Blockchain. Just have all the blocks with a chain connecting them. Hey, think we might have something there, friends. What do you think? I think so. I really, really do. All righty then. Well, friends, I'm very excited about all of the people getting involved in our local governments. I encourage you all to do that. Watch Red Pill. He'll show you how. Oh, that's another thing I was going to ask Red Pill. If he had interviewed David Pilates, if he has interviewed David Pilates, Andrew and I are trying to get a hold of him to be on the show with Andrew. So give us a call. Give me a call, Red Pill, when you get back. If you, I think you've had David Pilates on your show. If not, you should be. He's a great guy. Interesting stuff. And I want to also thank Pam Dennis for sending me a book today. And I'll show you the book. I'll be right back. It's right over here. Look at this, Me and Lee. Okay, How I Came to Know, Love, and Lose, Lee Harvey Oswald by Judith Very Baker. Now, she has been on Red Pill. And so I just got this book in the mail the other day from Pam Dennis. So thank you, Pam. There's so many pictures in here. Wow. It's quite a interesting looking book. I'm gonna have to share this with my mother. She'd probably really like this. And it's also autographed. Oh, there it is, right in the inside, right here. Look at that, Judith Very Baker. All right, that's so cool. Well, that's neat. Yeah, books. See, this is where it's all at, in books. Books. This here is another book that y'all should get if you don't have it. It's called The Alien Interview by Lawrence Spencer. It's a fantastic book with some real incredible stuff in it. It's phenomenal. So check it out. Alien Interview by Lawrence Spencer. About Matilda McElroy, Army airfield nurse at Roswell, who was the one communicating with the extraterrestrial Errol, the lone survivor of the craft, one of the two crashed crafts. And some amazing things. One of the things that Errol tells Matilda is that before anything was in the universe, before there was anything, before there was planets, suns, moons, before there was anything, there were just immortal spiritual beings, kind of like what animates us is our immortal spiritual being. So these immortal spiritual beings, there was a lot of them, and they were very powerful. And the only word in our language that describes what an immortal spiritual being is like is a god, okay? With the powers of a god. So that's what's inside of us. So Errol explains, before there was any planets or anything, these immortal spiritual beings love to play games. But when you're omnipotent, omnipresent, and you know everything, you can't play games. So what they did was they would concentrate and use all of their mental energy in one little area, and they would kind of construct an artificial area. And if enough other immortal spiritual beings, Isbis, see it and accept it as real. It just becomes real. And so, according to Errol, that's how everything was created in the universe, was through these immortal spiritual beings concentrating their powers to create these illusionary spaces that if enough other immortal spiritual beings agree that it's there, it just solidifies and becomes real. And they eventually created beings to enter so they could play games. And when you enter the being, when the soul enters the being, then you don't have all those powers. You're limited, so you can play a game and experience things like feelings and emotions. Because when you're out of your body, you don't have any feelings or emotions, and you can't feel anything. At least that's what I experienced when I was out of my body. I couldn't feel anything. So, yeah. I'm going to go check the dark brain. Swipe left function. No scroll button. Okay. I'm not sure what they're talking about here. Oh, Dorothy Izat. Yeah, on Amazon Prime. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're ordering your book. Okay, great. Yeah, I got that right here somewhere. Where is that? Oh, here it is. Celestial Soul. Yeah, it's right here. This is the DVD, Capturing the Light. Oops, the green is messing with it. Capturing the Light, 30,000 Feet of Proof. Okay. By Frank Longo. Now, the book is actually better than the movie because the book goes into much more detail. So I'm glad you're getting the book. They really, you should get them both at the same time. I'm also trying to get a hold of the author of that book. What's his name? And he's in the movie too. Let me see if they mention his name. Gosh, I'm drawing a blank on his name. But he's also a Bigfoot investigator too. But he's in the movie. He's featured in the movie, and he interviews Dorothy, and he believes her. She's the first experiencer that he actually believes. And the book is just fantastic. It's called Contact with Beings of Light: The Amazing True Story of Dorothy Izat by, you know what? I'm going to look it up right now. Contact with Beings of Light. Peter Gattila. I didn't have to type it all out. Peter Gattila. That's who it is. Peter Gattila. So Contact with Beings of Light. It's a great, great book. That's it. Thanks, Celestial Soul. You got it too. Peter Gattila. Yeah, in the book, it's incredible because one of the things that is written in the book is, well, there's lots of things, but in the 70s, she was starting to become popular, and a bunch of people came from Japan to talk to her, and they wanted to experience something. They wanted to see something. And this group of people from Japan came, but they didn't see anything. So they ended up going to this fair or a carnival or something. And So after a while, Dorothy kind of went outside the fence, and then all of a sudden she saw a craft came right down above her, and it was very close. You could see them in the window, waving at her, and she was waving back, and she was filming it with her home movie camera. Well, when she got her film back, okay, dark brain, no scroll button and swipe left function, physical analog book technology. Okay. All right. But okay. So when she was filming the aliens in the craft waving at her, because it was very close. So when she got the film back of the home movie footage, home movie film, it showed an image of herself filming the craft. So there was some kind of time warp in there where she was actually filming herself filming the thing. So there were two of her because of the gravity envelope was creating two of her. I don't know, something weird, bizarre. But yeah, and she does a past life regression where she goes back to the Atlantean times and she saves all these children and she helps them to get into this cave in Italy. And they track this cave down, and there's a local legend there that children were brought in there and saved. So very interesting. And that there were white and blue crystals. And these white and blue crystals, they had metal on one of the ends. And there was some kind of electronics or something in them with this metal cup on one end that made it into a powerful device. You could carve mountains with it, but you could also use it as a weapon. And they were starting to use them as weapons in the Atlantean times. So she was tasked with helping to gather up all of these crystal weapons, crystal tools that were used as weapons. And they were flying around, they're gathering them all together. And once they got all of them, they used one to create a cylindrical hole in the ocean somewhere, and they dumped them all in this hole in the ocean. And now there are some completely round areas of the ocean, like totally round, that go very deep. That might be where they find some of these, but maybe we don't want to find them, because if they were trouble back then, it's maybe, forget I said that, right? Don't go scuba diving. Don't go scuba diving. Good night, Mud Rabbit. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's coincidence that bizarre rhymes with Lazar. Yeah, and Lazar and laser. Yeah, it's very weird, Bob Lazar. I don't know. I believe Bob Lazar's story. Totally. I think it's very believable. Totally. It's one of the most believable. Yeah. Also, another thing that came out, they discovered these filaments, these electromagnetic filaments in space. Now, this is something Corey Goode was talking about for years, that everything is connected by these electromagnetic filaments, and that they actually can travel through these filaments through some kind of bizarre, crazy advanced mathematics. Trump and the you know what, say something about that. Okay, well, there were four heads of state, presidents of countries in Africa, who did not exactly believe and go along with this worldwide pandemic, scandemic thing. And remember, famously, one of them sent in, he took a test sample and he sampled a goat and a pawpaw fruit. Remember that? Well, that gentleman ended up dead, along with the other three African leaders who did not want to do the lockdowns. So by being pro something, then you're going to not be targeted for elimination. That's part of it, I think. Also, I really think that they put the fear even in President Trump about how the economy would be closed down until they got these artificial immune system boosters, which we don't need because our immune system is amazing. But so he worked hard to get them faster just to open up the economy. Now, as this experiment continues and we see some of the grave results, there's going to have to be a reckoning, and everyone's going to have to reposition their positions on all this, because I think what's happening is that everyone's eyes are on this, like laser beams, and if everyone's looking at it, it might get resolved, and that's my hope. I hope it can get resolved. And if we were meant to have all these toxins in our blood, we would have been born with them already in us. You can't inject something into you to do better than what nature does. It's impossible. We just don't know what we're doing. Like, I have never gotten my cholesterol checked. Even back in the 80s, when people were starting to do that, I did not do it because I had the same attitude I have now. They don't know what they're talking about. And they don't. And now they find, they found out recently, a while ago, that there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. Well, of course. I knew they didn't know anything. All these things that they talk about, I don't know. Just eat healthy, eat fruits, veggies, lots of water, coffee, because coffee, you get vitamin C. Just kidding. It's not medical advice. Nothing here is medical advice. We're just chit-chatting, expressing our rights to do talking stuff. So yeah, it's difficult sometimes to talk about some of these things because you don't want to get deplatformed. But that shouldn't happen in this country. I mean, like cable access. There was a certain set of rules that made a lot of sense, and you just abide by those rules. And you can do any kind of show you want on cable access. It should be the same here. You should be able to have the freedom of speech. Okay. All right. Let me check over here. Okay, there's nobody in the queue. Well, friends, how are we doing over here in the chat? Yeah, major facepalm. 80s was all about cholesterol. Now it's trans fats, always something we cannot measure. Oh, trans fats. You mean some of the fats went trans? This world, I'm telling you, it's just so stupid. It's like cartoons make more sense than real life here. Yeah, well, I am trusting my immune system to take care of everything. I'm not, I don't take pills very often, hardly at all, because I have a quote, pills cause ills. And that's just the way I feel. Um, I don't like taking pills. So like when I get a headache, what I do is I'll drink water, and I'll like take my, my hand like this and pinch it right there. I don't know if you can see that or not, but right there, pinch that, and you have to. There's a tendon in there, kind of a tender tendon right in here, and when you pinch it, it will take the pain away from your head. And when the pain goes away, you ease up on the hand. If the pain comes back, keep the pressure up, or readjust it if it's not working. Sometimes it just doesn't work. And then in the old days, I would take a pill, like an aspirin or a Tylenol or something. Now I don't take those pills because pills cause ills. They found a medical kit in a sunken ship. It was hundreds of years old, many, many hundreds of years old. But it was airtight in this case. And they opened up this little medical kit from this doctor from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And in it, they found some pills. And they examined the pills. And the clay they used on the outside of the pill is a kind of a clay that's still used today on pills. The stuff inside the pill was stuff they still use in a lot of pills today. So you can't beat nature, friends. You just, there's a plant for everything. And you know what I do whenever I feel a kind of congestion coming on, or kind of sore throat, or I feel like, oh my, I think I'm getting a cold. Here's what I do. I eat a chunk or two, just a little chunk of fresh pineapple. Fresh cut pineapple, you can get like in trays, a pre-cut, or you can buy the pineapple yourself and cut it yourself. However you want to do it, but a couple little chunks of pineapple, and I don't know, there's a lot of vitamin C in pineapple. I can't eat too much of it. It's like too sweet, right? But just one chunk, or just half a chunk, or two chunks, and whatever it is, it's all gone. It gets rid of phlegm, and it I don't know. For me, and this is not medical advice. None of this is medical advice. This is just anecdotal, what works for me, what is interesting, and I'm talking about it. It's not like I'm telling everybody to do it, but it wouldn't hurt. It's just a food. It's nothing dangerous. But that works for me. I don't know if anybody else has a tip for how to get pressure points, acupuncture. Yes. And you know what else is interesting about acupuncture and pressure points is there's a gentleman named Pete Peterson who sadly just passed away, who I'm sure if anyone knows David Wilcock, you've heard him talk and saw some interviews with him. Well, he was talking about something he developed in these secret programs. It was a little like a plastic or a little metal knob thing. And what it was kind of like a, Let me see. And you take this thing and you, there's these little nodules, like right around, near the joints, like on both sides. And you can like rub them. And if they're sore, then that's each one of these little nodules on your finger here and on this finger and here. They all correlate to different parts of your body, he was saying. And they did a study and they took some radioactive material and they injected it into these areas and they saw which part of the body each one of these nodes connects to. So if you got a part of your body that's ailing you, just take a piece of plastic and rub like here, like near the joint, and you'll feel little things and you'll, oh, that feels good. And you just rub it for a while till the pain goes away. And that'll actually help your body. This is what Pete Peterson was saying. Very interesting. Pineapple is your favorite fruit. Yeah, mine too. I mean, hemp oil on the temples. Not temp oil on the hemples, hemp oil on the temples. Hemp on the temples, okay. Pineapple is your favorite fruit, celestial soul. Yeah, it's so sweet. I mean, who would need candy? I mean, my goodness, pineapple. But I do think pineapple needs a different name. It needs a better name because pine, apple, I mean, it's not like an apple and it's not like a pine tree. But, I don't know. It just seems like a compound word that you just kind of stuck together and threw on there. I think it deserves a cooler name. Whoever named it, they should rename it. Maybe you have a contest. Let's rename pineapple like, I don't know, something cool. Pineapple. But I guess it's got its own meaning now. The one thing about pineapple is you get arguments, endless arguments, is about pizza. Some people, they can't see pineapple being on pizza and other people love it. I love pineapple on pizza. I think it's fantastic. It's like one of the best toppings ever. But I'm just one of those people. Lemon rinds, hydroxychloroquine. Amazing how you couldn't even say that. But yet we all knew that it was the cure. And it's not only good for that, it's good for lots of other things too, so they say. It's good to do your own research, but check it out. But yeah, pineal gland. Ah, interesting. Maybe that's why it's called that. I saw a video. It was a very interesting video on how to eat a pineapple. Like you take a pineapple that you buy, a whole pineapple, and you like bang it on the ground a couple times on the bottom, and then you roll it with all your weight, and then you can just pull the chunks out and it comes out like little pieces, come right out. Okay, it contains bromelain, an enzyme that breaks down proteins. Are you talking about pineapple? I think that's like a cure-all for lots of things. I mean, it's amazing what that stuff can do. Hawaiian pizza, yeah. I would love to go to Hawaii. It sounds like such a cool place. Please pass the papaya. Go to luau. What a dream. What a dream. Hey, maybe someday I can live stream live from Hawaii. Wouldn't that be fun? There's a lot of UFO stuff going on out there. I know that's where Third Phase of Moon, that's where those guys hang out. That's where they're from. And also Dr. Michael Sala. So there'd be a lot of fun stuff to do out there. Thank you for asking my question, questions. Are you guys familiar with Speak Project, Kim, and what they are saying about financial system? Oh yeah, you saw the video too. We've been peeling pineapple the wrong way. Yeah, well, I confess, I get like a tray of fruit. It's like all diced up. There's like honeydew melon, cantaloupe, pineapple, and watermelon, and it's like the perfect mix. And I just eat that stuff. It's good stuff. There's nothing better than fruit. There's some people who are fruitarians and they eat nothing but fruit. And I, I think there's a lot to that. I think there's a lot to that. Yeah, I love eating fruit and bananas. I love bananas. So you got bananas, fruit. Man, why would you need candy, right? I used to eat a couple of candy bars a day. And now I can't even imagine eating a candy bar. It's just so gross to me. It's like sweetness overload. It's the wrong kind of sweetness, Mangoes, yeah, the mangoes are good. But you know what I found out, friends? I mean, let me show you something. Here it is. I got this packet of fruit. Let me see it so I can see what I'm filming here. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, it's fruit and nuts, right? You got apricots, pineapple, banana chips. It's dried fruit, right? Oh, it looks all natural. There's walnuts in here and whatnot. I read the ingredients. I'm like, I'm not even going to eat this stuff now. So ingredients, raisins. Okay. The ingredients for raisins are raisins and palm oil. Okay. Dried pineapple. Now we just talked about pineapple. It's like the sweetest fruit in the world. There's more sugar in pine. I mean, it's the sweetest. It's crazy how sweet it is. Okay. Dried pineapple. Okay. Dried pineapple. Okay. Here's what's in dried pineapple. Pineapple, sugar, pineapple juice from concentrate. Why are they putting sugar in there? And when you eat these, you can taste like, well, why'd they put sugar in here? I don't get it. For one thing, it adds cost. Why would you do it? It's not making it taste because they're too sweet now. They're way too sweet. I avoid them. I don't eat these. I don't eat the a lot of the stuff that's in here, and I'm very selective now. It's like every day there's less and less foods that I eat because I read the labels and I'm just disgusted. You know what ingredient I don't like is natural flavors. Okay. Natural flavors. That's what bugs me. It says natural flavors. You think, oh, natural. Well, let's give a little more detail here. I mean, let's face it. Weasel Whiz is natural. Okay. Are you putting Weasel Whiz in there? Because I don't want to eat it. And I don't want to eat it if it just says natural flavors. I think we all read, strange things about ingredients. Just because it says it's natural. I mean, uranium is natural. You wouldn't eat chunks of uranium, would you? So I was just appalled at this. I mean, you think that they're, oh yeah, in the papaya, dried papaya, sugar, yellow, number 6. Yellow, number 6? Really? Yeah, and they look fake. I mean, they look, and that's what made me like, oh, this looks weird. This doesn't look natural. You know, you buy something like this, you think you're going to get something natural, you know, fruits and nut mix, trail mix, right? Natural. It's going to eat it on the trail. No, it's not. It's like a conspiracy. It's like they're trying to get us to consume more sugar and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Celestial Soul says, "Are us RH negative crave fruit and veggies?" Is that true? Is that why I crave those? I'm making you hungry, Jay? Yeah, you can't even see that, can you? That bag. Yeah, preservatives are bad. Yeah, it's really something else. I find myself in the grocery store buying less and less and less, eating less and less and less. I think you know, eventually I'm going to be like that guy in India who hasn't eaten or drank anything in 70 years. You heard about this guy? Okay, Dark Brain says natural flavors equals chemical distillate from a natural stock. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that a lot of flavor companies use the a gland in the anus of a beaver for flavor enhancement. So they collect these glands. They kill the animal and they take the gland out for, and this is one of your natural flavors, because they look for anything with a pungent odor or taste. And these chemists, they can take anything from nature that has a pungent smell or taste, and they can make it taste like anything with different kind of chemicals. It's really disgusting when you really sit down and think about it. So the more natural the foods, the better, I would say, for me. Less and less, same thing over and over, mostly fruit and veggies. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I don't eat dinner. I'm like, well, I'll just have a banana. I don't want to eat dinner. I'm just going to have a banana, a couple of pieces of fruit. I'm fine. I don't eat bread anymore. I used to eat a lot of bread. One day, bread just tasted like fabric to me. I was like, wow, oh, something about bread. Now, when I walk down the bread aisle, it's like you smell that yeast. It's like, oh, it's like you don't even want to breathe that stuff. It's gross. Cryptocurrencies, any comments? I don't know, cryptocurrencies. Well, they're talking about they want to regulate them. So, and I think that the US Mint, the government, is going to be coming out with their own sort of Bitcoin Junior to get in on this thing and will highly regulate it. Oh, Celestial Soul says I've been taking zeolite AV to clean out mercury toxins, etc. And then yes, bromide in the bread. Have to read ingredients. Yeah. Bread. And I find myself not even liking pasta anymore. I used to love pasta. And it's just not cutting it. Not cutting it. And I used to like spaghetti. I can't eat spaghetti anymore. Yeah, so when you see natural flavors, whenever I see natural flavors, it's like, okay, Weasel Whiz. It's pretty much Weasel Whiz. Same reason I don't grab a chair that's sitting out in front of someone's house. Some weasel might have whizzed on it. Same reason I don't eat something that says natural flavors. Because if it truly was something natural, they would name it, you know? Beaver anus gland juice. Have I tried keto? No, I don't try anything that's a fad. I don't try because there, I don't know, keto, whatever. I think I bought some pancake mix that said keto on it because there was nothing else, and I wasn't impressed with it. That's all I can say. I don't know. I think that the less that you eat during certain times of the day, the better. It's not good to consistently eat all day. Number one, you're going to wear out your teeth. Number two, you're freaking out your body. Humans can't find that much food that quickly running around the prairie. So think back to nature, how it used to be. And that's kind of like the answer, right? I don't know. I'm just rambling. I've really been enjoying the Frank, quite frankly, program as well. He's really got a great program. I love his music and all the little things he does. Fantastic show. You know, there really is just way too much cool stuff to watch on the intranet. And so TV's just not having it anymore, not even doing any good. Okay, and Oscar says, the only clean food is herbs, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, herbs are good. They're not very filling. You know, fruits are kind of filling. And the other thing about fruits and vegetables is those are things created by the plant that the plant doesn't mind you eating. In fact, they kind of want you to eat it because you help spread the seeds. So it's like, it's really a do no harm food. You're actually helping out the plant by eating it. And do I eat salmon? No, I do not eat salmon. No, I don't eat salmon. Salmon was the last meat type food I ate years ago, many years ago now. I was hanging on to salmon. And as I was eating the salmon, I was reading things about, farmed salmon and, this is really bad for you. And I thought, oh my God, and there's something about the grease and the oils in animal foods that really just ekes me out. It just, there's something gross about it. And I also can never stop feeling sorry for the animal. So I don't eat salmon anymore, no. I don't eat anything that had a face. If it had a face, I don't eat it. That's why I don't eat bugs. Hops and barley, technically herbs, yeah. You know, that reminds me, I saw a sign in town here at the local brewery. It said, wanted, one-legged man to make hops for local brewery. So there you go. There's another dad joke for you. Yeah, good point, Sopranos fan 11. So many different blood types and races on Earth. We can't all possibly be designed to eat the same way. That's a good point. And that's why, a lot of people go by the blood type food. And there's certain schools of thought that you look at your lineage and your blood and what kind of foods did they eat in those areas where you're from. and that's probably what you're supposed to eat. And, you know, miraculously and amazingly, a couple years after I started being a vegetarian, and when I stopped eating meat after a couple years, I discovered, I started researching this blood type, diets for blood types. And I found out, I discovered that for my blood type, AB negative, I'm not supposed to eat red meat because I could get stomach cancer. The enzymes in my stomach just aren't strong enough, not powerful enough to break down that meat, and it goes into the intestine and it rots and creates cancer. So according to this new methodology, for my particular blood type, if I was to eat meat, it'd have to be on rare occasions. It would have to be extremely lean, super lean, because there's that animal grease oil thing that's really disgusting, and I really noticed it. When I was eating the salmon, because that's the only animal product I was eating, and it just had all these weird oils, and it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. Eating animals, it's like eating people. I couldn't eat a person, and eating animals to me is kind of like eating a person. So I'm feeling bad that I ate meat. Do I eat potatoes? Sopranos fan asks me if I eat potatoes. No, I don't. I have eaten potatoes. I'm Irish, so I probably should eat potatoes, but I like potatoes, but I haven't eaten potatoes in quite a while. I don't eat very much food at all. I can't buy a bag of potatoes. I can't eat them fast enough. They'll go bad. Okay, where does my RH negative come from? Well, Irish, English, French, Dutch, and I know we have some French royalty on my mother's side. And I know that the Basque region of France and Spain is where these negative blood people come from. And both my mom and dad are negative blood. I believe my mom is A negative, my dad's B negative. I think that's what it is. And that's what worries me, because my dad also shouldn't be eating very much meat, but he loves meat and he won't stop eating it. And I'm just a crazy son. And now sadly he has cancer and he's going through chemo, and I haven't seen him in a long time. I live way out here, and I hope I can go see him soon. So yeah, he's a tough guy. Oscar, you're a vegan since 12 years. Excellent. Yes. And really, they talk about protein. These meat eaters will talk about protein. Oh, protein. Well, all protein comes from plants. So when you eat meat, the protein you get from eating meat is second-hand plant protein. Not as good for you. Okay. Okay, Sopranos fan 11 asks, what did I eat today, Aaron? Okay, what did I eat today? Okay, I had a banana. I had a bowl of oatmeal. And in my oatmeal, I had just a little bit of pure maple syrup. So that was my breakfast. For lunch, I had, I found these little avocado dip things, where it's just avocado and you just peel the top off and you don't have to worry about, oh, is the avocado ready to eat yet? I mean, it was always like whenever you buy an avocado, it's like, oh, hey, you want to go do something? No, I think my avocado might be edible, so I can't leave. I got to be here to eat it when it's ready. Well, these little things are just little pouches and you rip the top off them. And, you know, I take organic chips and I eat that for lunch sometimes. And for dinner, I'll have organic soup, or I'll just have a banana and some fruit. And that's pretty much it. That's about it. That's what I eat. I don't eat much. It's kind of sad, but I'm not really a good cook. I don't eat frozen pizzas anymore because my teeth get so cold. I don't eat frozen pizzas anymore because my teeth get so cold. And yeah, that would be a vegetarian pizza, a vegetarian pizza. And if you ever go to Papa Murphy's, that's take and bake, where you get the pizza, it's a freshly made pizza, and you take it home, you bake it at home. I get the gourmet vegetarian. They're very good. They have artichoke hearts. Now, I like artichoke hearts. However, I always feel sorry for the poor little artichokes going without their hearts now, you know? It makes me sad. But those are very good. Try that, the gourmet vegetarian. I think they might say it differently, but I'm starting a new trend here. Oh yeah, you used to love to bake, but you can't eat much baked goods anymore. I know, me too, I know. You know, my mom used to make cookies all the time, and she sends me cookies. And it's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's too much sweet. But I love it. It's my mom's cooking, so I love it. Yeah. Yeah. It turns out we don't get most of our energy from food. We get most of our energy from the air and from the sun. That's where we get most of our energy from. And that's why that guy from India who claims he hasn't eaten or drank anything in 70 years, he stares at the sun for 40 minutes a day, either in the morning or at night when the sun's lower, so it's not as damaging to your eyes. And he gets a sticky sweet substance that comes from the roof of his mouth. And that's what he subsists on. They took samples of that. He went for a 10-day hospital visit so that they could monitor him. He was in his mid-80s, and he had the heart and the organs of a 25-year-old and the brain of a 25-year-old. He's very skinny, but for 10 days he didn't eat or drink anything, and he's perfectly healthy. He's in his 80s, but he's as healthy as a 25-year-old. Okay. Free range brain. Just went out for a walk, and right next to my house I saw a trash can covered with mission patches from the space shuttle and Skylab. What are the odds? Interesting. I guess someone likes putting stickers on their garbage can. That's odd. Yeah. Speaking of bread, and we mentioned a little while ago, does anybody know why the baker makes the bread? Does anybody know why? Why does the baker make the bread? Why? Why does the baker make the bread? Does anybody know? I'll tell you. Why does the baker make the bread? Because he needs the dough. Needs the dough. That's your bread joke. Okay? Now you have the bread joke. Aren't you happy? Your life will be much more fulfilled now that you have the bread joke. You could go on and tell that joke. You know who you need to tell that joke to is anyone in the bread business or baking business. Because I think if you have a certain profession, it's your obligation to learn all the jokes of that profession. Don't you think? He needs the dough, yes. Okay, that's a pretty good dad joke. That is a very good dad joke. I don't know if I can top that one. Yes, Dark Brain. Yes, he says, I had read about that man. It was a fully observed and documented by doctors with stringent controls to discount any trickery. Yes, in fact, he bathed every couple of days. They brought like a tub of water in there for him, and they always measured the tub of water before and after, and it was always the same. So he never drank anything for 10 days, never ate anything. He didn't really do much. He kind of like, and they filmed the whole thing. It's all speeded up. You can watch the whole thing. 10 days worth of it. It's very skinny. He saves a lot of money at the grocery store. Oh, Major Facepalm says a bad dad joke. What does NASA stand for after Challenger explosion? Need another 7 astronauts. Oh man, it's sad. Yeah. Wow. Dark Brain says, yeah, he would rinse his mouth with water. So they even weighed the water before and after to prove that he did not drink it. Yeah. And they even took blood from him, blood cell. Don't take blood. That's his only moisture. And what else did they do? Oh, they took a sample of that stuff that comes out of the top of his mouth. Don't take that. That's his food. Okay, Jesus fasted for 40 days. I don't think they should call it fasting because if you've ever done it, time goes really slow. They should call it slowing because there's nothing fast about it because time goes very slow. Yeah, in the desert. Jesus fasted for 40 days in the desert. Well, if you're ever in the desert and you're hungry and you don't have any food with you, you don't have to worry. You're going to be just fine because you can just eat the sandwiches there. It's a desert. There's lots of sand. Just eat the sandwiches there. See? You can't go hungry when you've got ingenuity and good jokes. Yes, jokes are what makes the world go round. It really is. That's why we're here, to tell jokes and to share them. That is when we, at the end of our life, when we get the big reveal and the life recounting of our life, they'll say, why didn't you tell more jokes? You should have told more jokes. Go back. You need to tell more jokes this time. Maybe that's what happened to me. I had to tell more jokes. Right? Aaron Dad Joke Moriarty. Hey, that's kind of a ring to it, doesn't it? I like that. Speaking of space shuttle disasters, remember the one that came back in from space? They shed a couple of those heat tiles on the wing, and they had to turn the shuttle so that wing wouldn't get too hot, and that's when it broke up. And I've never heard anybody say this, but I just had the feeling that the reason it broke up is because they turned it. They turned it. Now they said they were turning it so that the wing wouldn't burn. Well, if you look at the way that the shuttle is designed, it's designed, it's sort of aerodynamic, right? It's this long tube. So where's something I can use as a, I don't know, it's just a long tube. I don't have anything here to show you. Okay, how about this? A long tube like this. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. This long tube. So where's something I can use as a, okay, well, yeah, so the idea is, I'm gonna try it one more time. Okay, so the shuttle here, this is a crude thing, please excuse the crudeness of it, but it's going like this, entering the atmosphere, a lot of pressure, so they turn it, so it's coming in at an angle, okay? So all of the force coming at it, it's not coming at it like it was designed. It was designed aerodynamically. I mean, they used to say it's like flying a brick, but it had some aerodynamics to it. If you turn it sideways and come in even at an angle like that, you're putting stress on that hull that it would never get if it just kept going straight. They should have kept it going straight and let that wing just burn off. Would it have affected the rest of the craft? Maybe, but by turning it, that caused the disaster, in my opinion, because it wasn't going, aerodynamically like it should have. It was going in sideways, and all the stress coming in the atmosphere. I mean, imagine a boat. You're driving a boat like a cigarette boat. You're going straight, and all of a sudden you, at high speed, like 100 miles an hour, and you turn it and go sideways, the boat's gonna fly apart. Same thing with an airplane or space shuttle. Has anybody ever heard that theory? Yeah, William McCool was the commander of that mission. Yes, it was very sad. Yeah, and he's with Andy. So yeah, that was what I thought when that shuttle broke up in the atmosphere, because when they turned it, it just fell apart. Because the shuttle was basically kind of like a school bus or like a semi. So when it comes back, it's like an empty semi, right? You go sideways in that thing with all that pressure, and it's going to not be good. Never a straight answer, right, NASA? Oh, Major Facepalm says, I have another bad dad challenger joke. Should I just keep it to myself? Yeah, I think I know the joke you're talking about. It has to do with Krista McCullough, right? Yeah, that's a bad one. The flight recorded survived almost intact. Wow. Yeah, I heard that they were probably alive when they hit the water. Yeah, it was made of the 9/11 hijacker's passport material. I think I said that in a previous show. That's funny. Not a space agency, NASA. Yeah. Yeah. It probably does have some alternate meaning that we don't, some kind of nasty meaning we don't even know, right? Like they like shoving that stuff in our face. Yeah, it's a crazy world, friends. It's a crazy, crazy world. But just try not to pay too much attention to those crazy people in the media and their 29,000 genders and counting. That's not the future of humanity. And this transgender stuff is not the future of humanity. I don't care how much they tout it. I would rather be a natural human than a unnatural human, as natural as possible, right? Nature is the best, because we don't know what we're doing. Whenever we try to protect nature, we always do the wrong thing. Like the one big example I always like to talk about is the redwood tree, the redwood forest, national treasure, the redwood forest, giant trees, like ancient giant trees, huge, out in California, redwood forest. If you've ever been there, go there. It's fantastic. But they protected these trees from fires because they're national treasures. Oh, if they burn, they'll be, these are the only one. We got to save these. So they protected them too much. But then a big fire came. They couldn't stop the fire. And they were freaking out. Oh no, there goes the redwood forest. Well, the trees that were exposed to the fire did not burn down. In fact, the fire triggered the sapping of the tree and the seeding of the tree. So it turns out fire activates the seeding. That's why the trees hadn't seeded in so many years, because we were trying so hard to save them that we were killing them. This is how stupid we are, to think that we're somehow smart enough to be smarter than Mother Nature and to actually do something to help something. Every time we try to help something, it ends up not helping. And I had a message from a gentleman, I think it was Andrew Darcy, sent me a message about something I'd never heard of before, that he got ill from, and many people are getting ill from running on these tracks, these artificial turf, where they use chunked up, ground up tires, car tires, rubber. And they use some kind of solvent or some kind of glue or some kind of chemical to bind these materials together. And it's super carcinogenic. And these people are getting really, really sick and ill from this. I'd never heard of that before, but see, natural turf, you get a little mud. Okay, that's not going to kill you. Okay, the fake rubberized artificial turf might kill you. Yeah. Free range brain. Petrified trees. Any suggestions who to follow except your channel? Who to follow? Well, you know, for news, I go to Red Pill 78 on Twitch or D Live or Rumble. Red Pill 78. Go to redpill78news.com, and that's for your news. He'll give you real news, cutting edge news. He's the first one to interview lots of these newsbreakers that break breaking news. He's the dude. He's the one-man news guy that you need to listen to. Also, you got Jacob Waters' channel. There's lots of channels. I mean, there's a million of them. It depends on what you're interested in. I like Corey Good, what he has to say. Sometimes I like David Wilcock. Okay. Yeah, you know, you don't mess with Mother Nature, you know. You just don't mess with Mother Nature. It's funny. There was an ad that had Mother Nature in it, and it was, I think it was for margarine. But you can't fool Mother Nature, you know. And look at margarine turned out not to be a healthy thing. It turned out to be way more unhealthy than butter that it was supposed to replace. You see, the thing is, we're pretty resilient creatures, and we can survive lots of stuff. So one thing I worry about is some of these people are advocating doing some very strange things. A friend of mine is, you know, consuming borax, which I would never do. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't seem like a good thing to do. BCP is a good one too. Yes, True Reporting, BCP. As far as paranormal, I would say Edge of Wonder. Boys are pretty good. Journey to Truth. Who else? You know who has a really good podcast is Greg Bornstein with Open Loops. Check that out. Open Loops with Greg Bornstein. Conversations that bend. Very good stuff. He interviewed Andrew Basiago too. Olive oils must pass the fridge test. If it doesn't solidify, it's fake. Oh, really? Oh, that's how you check olive oils. But what about Popeye? How do you check and see if he's real? Dad joke. Super soldiers. Yeah, there's lots of things. I would look into, let's see. What's his name? We talked about him earlier. He went with the Andromedans. Oh gosh. I can probably scroll back and find his name. I can't remember his name now. Gosh, why can't I remember his name? But he went on the Andromeda ship. He was invited to live with them for a while, and they had blue skin. Very nice people. Alex Collier, yes, that's Alex Collier. And William Tompkins, yeah. Check out William Tompkins, Alex Collier. Just type those into YouTube and watch those like crazy. Yeah, that's good stuff. William Tompkins for sure. Yeah, but Alex Collier was one I was trying to think of. William Tompkins is great too. Unbelievable stuff. He's a super truth hero. Yeah, Alex Collier. Yeah. Oh yeah. See you later, Major Facepalm. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap it up here, folks. Project Serpo. Yeah, you know, Project Serpo, to me, it just seems like a psyop, or like a crumb, not the total picture. I there's something about the Project Serpo that I can't get with for some reason. I don't know what it is. My gut just doesn't want to go with it. You know, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't resonate with me. Simon Parks does not resonate with me. You know, I think he's a great guy. I don't, you know, I see people quoting him, and I don't know, you know, I just don't know. I tried watching him once. I couldn't even watch it. Couldn't watch it. You know who else is interesting to watch, is kind of funny, is Lionel Nation. He's very funny. And of course, Dan Bongino. He's a great guy too. Elena Dannon, yeah, I've heard about her. I haven't looked into her much. There's so many people, and there really is just so many people. Well, thank you very much, folks, for stopping in today. I really, really appreciate each and every one of you. You're my friends. I love you all. I hope you have a great, great weekend. And thank you. And thank you, Red Pill Girlfriend, for your contribution. That really, really helps. And we'll talk to you all next time. I hope that you all keep looking up, keep your spirits up. We're heading to a new world here, and we have to keep our nose to the grindstone and keep reminding our elected officials that we want full disclosure. We don't want any of this partial disclosure bull crap. We want them to open up Pandora's box all the way, let it all flow out, and let the chips land where they may. And that's the way it should be, because that's the way truth says it should be. Okay? Thank you again. Peace in. This is Aaron Moriarty signing off. Peace.